that can have negative consequences. So it's good to maintain a little mystique.
I never told the story here, but I used to have like a big Facebook page when that was the thing.
Yeah.
Where so it started off for libertarianism, but it was like no holds bar. Like we were like, I'm like free speech. I'm not going to ban you here. Do whatever you want. And so most people weren't like dropping slurs or whatever. They were just having fun and they weren't doing like pornography or anything. But I started dating this chick and things are going all right. She lived far away. She was younger than me. We were talking back and forth. We did make plans to hang out. And then it just didn't work out. So like things ended and they were like, dude, I don't know how Lewis does it with the Gomites sometimes because I just showed up to that group and they're taking porn pictures and putting her face on it and then like just doing all sorts of stuff and you're trying to get over a breakup. And every
Oh
time I went on
yeah.
there, they're putting the most brutal memes, saying the most brutal stuff. And they're like, well, you're not going to ban us, right? It's free speech. And I was like, no, like, it's not nice. Like, I put together this whole community. You guys are being mean to me, but it
Yeah.
is what it is. And
That's why people who are actually successful, especially in entertainment, have no presence on the internet at all.
yeah,
Like people who are actually doing okay and making money and getting booked, getting work, they either don't have social media or they post like once a year. Like today, Alexandria Daddario posted something where she was like
she sounds hot.
smoking, dude, and
Angie,
because
Dario.
somebody, hey, somebody call Stanley Ipkiss the mask because she is smoking.
Oh, what is it? How do I spell it again?
Alexandra
Oh,
Daddario. She
Alexandra.
was in the first season of True Detective. Incredible titties, dude. Just fucking dense, nice, big. You know, plump, big but not too big.
Desario
He
with his D?
Daddario. It's a me, Daddario.
Daddario.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, dude. Anyway, she posted today for like the first time in a year where she just said something like, "Does anyone else feel like like, does anyone else hate having to brush their teeth? It feels like I'm always brushing my teeth." And I was like, "Well, I don't even remember the last time I did.
I was
I
saying that
brushed
the
my
other
teeth,
day.
but
Yeah, I said, you ever been so just? I was talking to my buddy. I was like, you ever just been like so depressed that you're like, I don't even have the energy to brush my teeth. I just so
oh,
tired to go
dude,
to bed. Then you lay down to go to bed and you doom scroll for 2 hours. So you're like, I'm up for 2 more hours, but I couldn't for 3 minutes. I couldn't
oh, I'm
couldn't get
like that
myself to
now,
brush my
dude.
teeth.
In fact, I've gone so long without brushing my teeth that I'm starting to think they lied to us.
So
That
so here's the
the
thing.
people at Big Tooth.
They kind of did, and I want to start a conspiracy thing here. You only get cavities if you have a certain bacteria in your mouth, but it's a very popular bacteria that you end up getting from kissing or from your parents or from food or sharing or whatever. But if you never get that, there's people that go their whole life that are like, yeah, I never brush my teeth. I just use hydrogen peroxide and I've never had a cavity because it's
Yeah,
that bacteria that eats it.
yeah, man. Because my whole growing up, it just all the time. Like you have to brush your teeth every night, every morning. Get this toothbrush by this toothpaste. It's got fluoride, and then you become an adult, and then you get really depressed and just stop brushing your teeth, and then nothing bad happens. Because I mean, there's you're not talking to any girls who are gonna verify that your breath smells bad or not. So it's like,
It will though. Like you're gonna get cavities and things are gonna start going awry as you get older. So
yeah, well,
I
I
do
do need
remember
to.
I was thinking back because I had a car accident, I had major surgery and my jaw broken and all this stuff. And uh but I in my 30s I started going heavy on the flossing and the water pick and all that stuff. But I was thinking back to my 20s when I was like partying and drinking and going out with chicks or whatever. I was like, dude, I never, when did I ever brush my teeth? I don't remember. If I did, it was for show. Like I would be like, yeah, I guess I got to brush my teeth before you go out. And I'd put it on a manual toothbrush and be like, bam, 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 bam. And like less than 20 seconds, get in the shower and go.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not making. I probably should. Probably be a good idea if I brush my teeth regularly.
It'll get
Uh,
expensive if you start getting cavities, bro.
yeah, at least every other day. So, I guess she has a good point that when you're doing it the way you should, it'll start to feel like you're always brushing your teeth. But
Yeah.
on the flip side of that, I guess it's not a good position to be in to have to wonder when was the last time I actually brushed my teeth.
So Drew, I got some tomatoes here, some delicious tomatoes, and then uh I got vegan feta cheese with some salt and pepper
Dude,
on it.
that looks like straight up just like calcium deposits.
It's cashew milk
Yeah.
with
That just
coconut
looks like
oil.
something you would pluck off a cave wall.
It's really
Like
good.
you got that out of Minecraft.
I had to cut it up because it comes in a
Oh, dude,
block,
we
just
gotta
like
watch.
feta,
Hold on.
and then you cut it up into chunks.
By the way, we gotta watch Steve's. I haven't seen the movie, but I cannot stop watching Steve's Lava Chicken. Have you seen Steve's Lava Chicken?
No, I haven't been on the internet. I'm not extreme online guy anymore. I'm playing Diablo 4 24 hours a day now.
Dude, I can't. This has been hypnotizing to me. I gotta see this
It's
movie.
it's Jack Black.
It's Jack Black. It's this mind. I'm dude. This game. I forgot how long this shit's been around, dude. This shit came out when I was in high school. This has been
Yeah.
around since like 2011. I've never played a second of it. I
So
thought,
here's the thing. I had never when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is like a retro or whatever, because we had the blocky games. So I was like past that. When I grew up, I had games like that. But then I was watching my friend's kid play with it, and I was like, oh, the reason it's so like kind of blocky is because you can build whatever you want and it's resources. So in order for them to create so many resources that work together to make like you have to get the sand and then you get the fire and then you melt it to make glass blocks
yeah,
and put all this stuff together. So in order for them to make it like that, I guess that had to be pretty low grade.
yeah, because it's like a big world, and you can do. There's so much you can do. I've seen it
Yeah.
where like, because like the actual video, the game itself, I guess, is like survival mode or whatever, where you have to go look for stuff and forage and get resources. But then there's like these different modes. Like there's just like creator mode where you could just float around the map and do whatever you want.
And just be
Dude,
like,
I've seen some shit.
chicken jockey. Parents are like,
Chicken
shut
jockey.
the fuck up.
Dude, I've seen
Shut
some
the
shit
fuck
though
up in there with that chicken jockey.
where
I'm
people
trying
are
to watch Madlock or
people
whatever
are
the
using
daily equivalent is.
yeah, I've seen people are using Minecraft to like build new things inside of Minecraft. Like I saw some dude who was like,
I saw one that
I
was
built a
cool. Yeah.
quantum computer inside of
Yeah, I saw that.
Minecraft. You know,
Yeah.
it's taken me 5 years, but I'm almost done building a working quantum computer
Yeah.
inside. And it's just like, dude, I couldn't even. Dude, I couldn't even stack enough blocks on each other to put a roof over my head and that kind of shit. I would immediately get bored. I'd be like, I don't know what I'm doing. This is confusing. I don't like this. I'm gonna go. I just give me a sword.
So when I used to play World of Warcraft, I played it for a long time until it got to about its peak. And I think at its peak, something like everybody that owned internet, like 75% of people that owned internet had a World of Warcraft account. So it was a monster game. But I played it for like probably 6 years. I raided, I got all these achievements, all these pets and stuff. And then one day I was like, dude, I gotta quit and like get on with my life. I'm like hiding from life playing this video game. And then I was like, what did I accomplish? Like if I put all this energy into like a business, a wife, a family, a house, I could have accomplished so much. And I spent 6 years in a digital world doing nothing. So it is cool that that guy made a quantum computer in Minecraft, but like, what if he actually went out into the real world and made a real computer that achieved something for stuff?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, the digital space is still such a mystery to us. Maybe he built something that somebody will want to buy, and
Oh,
then he can, buy a house, a real
Yeah.
house.
Whatever soda you guys want me to drink, you can superimpose it on top of this.
Oh, you got the Sprite going, dude. I just want to
Yeah, I
know.
didn't do any shopping. I actually do keep these in the house. Because they're pretty good. They're not good enough that I'll rip through the whole 12 pack. They're just good enough that I like them. But like Coca-Cola, if I brought it in the house, I would just rip through the whole 12er.
Yeah, I just stocked up on some cherry variants. I got some cherry Coke Zeros. I got cherry 7 Up. I got cherry ginger ale.
I saw those. Not a huge fan of cherry Coke.
I love cherry Coke.
Regular Coke.
That cherry Coke Zero is awesome.
Yeah, regular Coke was good. The cream soda one's good, but the regular's still better. I did see Sprite Tropical Punch or something.
The
And they
7 Up
didn't have-
Tropical is not that good. I tried it.
But they didn't have I think it was Sprite, a new one. It's like an orange box, but it didn't have a zero, so I didn't get it.
Yeah, I can't do the full sugar anymore, dude. I gotta find the zero. It doesn't taste as good, but the trade off is it also doesn't make me pass out.
Yeah, dude, you were giving yourself diabetes too, huh?
Well, I don't know. I guess it's like the older you get, and then if you're also fat already, if I drink a 12-ounce can with fucking 40 grams of sugar in it, yeah, I'll just get sleepy. Like 20 minutes later, I'm asleep.
I don't like to bring this up anymore because it just makes people upset. But I kind of like figured a lot of things out with crypto over the past year, so my finances are really stable now. And it got to a point where I was super bored, which is why I think I was overdosing on caffeine because I was getting bored.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like, I'm sure you've done this before. Like you're like, oh, I'm bored. I want to do something. Let's do drugs and freak out.
Yeah.
And it's like going on
you
a
should
vacation.
go to you should check out the diphenhydramine subreddit.
No, I shouldn't.
Do you know what diphenhydramine is?
No.
It's the active ingredient in Benadryl.
Oh, yeah, they're robo tripping. I'm gonna go in there. And
Dude, it's just a whole subreddit of people being
from
like
Kill Tony, the curly haired kid, Corey.
I don't know, Corey Feldman, Corey
Curly hair.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Corey Curly hair. Yeah, no, it's
from the Kill Tony guy that robo trips.
Oh, I don't know, dude. No,
yeah, I don't know.
It's a little bit different than robo tripping because robo tripping is dextromethorphan.
I took a bunch of NyQuil once, and my penis shrunk up inside my stomach.
Yeah, no, NyQuil is NyQuil is Tylenol and dextromethorphan. So the high is from the dextromethorphan. The Tylenol is what hurts your liver. So it's like if you can find a good chemist who can titrate out that Tylenol and give you pure DXM, I hear that's good for you. But
to have fun, to go on a vacation.
Yeah, just have a good ass time, I guess.
Yeah.
But the DPH subreddit is just like hundreds of people every day being like, dude, I can't stop taking like 800 milligrams of Benadryl every night. Which
to get to sleep?
No. They're just taking it to get fucked up.
Yeah.
But the high you get
they can't put down the cup, basically.
They can't put down the cup, but the high you get from taking like a shitload of DPH like that is not a high that is pleasant or mellow or chill. It's not cool. It's not chill, dude. It's like you're inducing delirium. So it just makes you like super fucking paranoid.
Yeah.
And like twitchy. You start seeing shit. Your heart is like beating irregular. It's literally just basically like they're saying anything is better than the monotony of sobriety, even if it's extremely unpleasant.
Yeah. Have you seen that room that is the quietest room in the world?
Yeah.
Supposedly that's what you just explained is what it's like to try to stay in there. Like there's a somebody put some money up, and if you can stay in there alone for an hour, then they'll give you with an X amount of money, and no one's been able to do it yet.
The madness of the quiet room.
Yeah, so I guess what happens is like it's so quiet, you start hearing your blood and your eyes when you blink, and your blood flow, and your stomach, and then you start freaking out about, like, you start hyper focusing on what you can hear, and it's all sounds from you. But the thing is, there's no clock, so it's not like they say go in there and we'll tell you when it's an hour. They just say go in there and stay as long as you can if you make it over an hour. And one guy thought he was in there for like 6 hours, and he came out, he made it 58 minutes. But he wanted to make sure that he was over the hour. But I guess the time, it just plays with time because you have nothing to figure. There's, you know what I mean? Like if something's going click, click, or a bird's chirping and it's chirping again, you're like, okay, I think that thing's chirping every 5 seconds. It gives you a grasp on reality.
Yeah.
And so people start counting their heartbeat, and then they start freaking out.
Yeah, that's actually where it would be good to slam a bunch of NyQuil, like right before you go in, and then you just, like, you step in there, you just pass out, and then it's like, dude, I'll do 6 hours. I'm going to sleep, dude.
Yeah. So this whole conversation started, and I actually talked to Michael Hall about this in DMs or whatever. Is I was like hammering like 800 milligrams of caffeine a day. So I quit 2 days ago, and dude, I already like the first night without any caffeine, so I could just tell my sleep quality was so much better. So I slept through the night still, but I just woke up feeling somewhat rested. And then last night was even better. Like I actually had dreams, but they weren't like, all my dreams were like these panicky, like nightmare-y type dreams that were really quick. I actually started having like loving, caring childhood type dreams again, where I'm like doing whimsical thing in the forest. And I was like, oh, maybe if I'm not all on caffeine and cortisol when I go to bed, I won't be going to hellish nightmares every night.
Dude, I just woke up like a half hour before we started doing this. Like I passed out after work, and then I just spent like 2 hours having nightmares.
Yeah.
And I just was in a hellscape where I was like, dude, I was just stuck in this dream where I was dead.
Yeah.
But I could still make phone calls, and I was trying to call anybody to let them know I was dead. And,
I used to listen to this group. Their whole thing was they were nocturnal. I forget what the name of them was. It was like DOS Effects era or whatever. But there was this line that always stuck with me: if Enward can sleep through a nightmare, look a nightmare straight in the eye, then you're gone straight crazy. So I always remember that. And it's like, who can sleep through a nightmare? Then when I got older, I just woke up and I was like, oh, I had nightmares all night.
Yeah.
From when I went to bed to when I woke up, and they didn't make me wake up anymore. I wasn't scared of them. I just slept through them like a psychopath.
Yeah, I just sleep through nightmares. I'm just like stressed for 8 hours, and I'll wake up and I'm like, well, thank God that's over. Now it's time for the real nightmare to begin. Work. Gotta clock in for some bullshit.
It's gonna make me wonder who that was.
Let's watch because I can't get enough of this, dude. I've been addicted. Conservatively guessing, I've probably watched this like 200 times.
Oh, this is the
Steve's Lava Chicken.
Oh, that's the name of the group. They were called Nocturnal. They were really good. And they were like, maybe we'll listen to one of their songs later if I can find the one. But we'll watch.
Dude, I can't. Dude, and by the way, you'll find it. You'll understand why this is ridiculous here in a second. This song is like at the top of the Spotify charts, the iTunes charts.
Yeah,
it's like crushing the charts right now.
But is it a goof? Are they doing it to like?
Dude, the kids love it. Slop? The kids love it, and there's something about it that it's like it's. Dude, I can't stop watching. I don't know, dude. Just watch this.
I'm excited.
You ever wonder what happens when you mix hot lava and chicken? I did, and you're about to find out. Uh-oh. You hear that? That's the sound of sizzling. Smell that smell.
I don't hate it.
Chicken. Steve's lava chicken, yeah, it's tasty as hell. Ooh, mama, sit now you're ringing the bell. Crispy and juicy, now you're having a snack. Ooh, super spicy, it's a lava attack.
That's it, dude.
I hate that I don't hate it.
I have a small business. You know, the one thing I try to do is not have my jingles suck butt.
So yep, that's
It's
that's
so
the
bad
song,
that
dude.
it's so so one thing I will say is I'm making up on lost time because I've been off caffeine for 2 days. I'm getting like serotonin back. I'm laughing at things. I'm dancing in my kitchen again. So I might be biased thinking that everything's good right now. And I've been offline. But when he was hit the button and that little thing was going around with fire, I was like, if I played Minecraft and I was a kid, and you think about it in like the way of the game, you would be like, oh, this is super cool. This is like the game in the movie. That's the thing I know.
Yeah, I've never
And
even
then it's
played
got
the
the little
game.
Tenacious D to it because he's singing. I wish I hated it, but I don't. It doesn't bother me. It's
Dude.
actually kind of funny.
Yeah, and
I actually didn't like Jason Momoa being all aloof.
Right. Well, I think he's trying to posture that he's like tough. I don't know. I have not seen the movie, but I can only surmise from that clip that his character's trying to be perceived as maybe tougher than he is. I don't know. But dude, so hold on. So here we go. So check this out.
Folks, here we go. And we're live.
鶏混ぜたらどうなるか。ちょっと。
Hell yeah. Yes.
聞こえるか？ジュージューといい音。書いてみな。ヨヨヨヨガン、チチチチキン。スティーブのヨガンチキンうまいぜ。うますぎたら鐘鳴らせ。クリスピーでジューシーでたまらない。スーパースパイシーチキン最高だ。
So
That's almost
for
better.
so the thing for me is like I'm just so clown filled that why that made me laugh. That was probably the hardest belly laugh I've had in so long. It was at the sheer ridiculousness of what society has become. That is not funny, but that's why it's so fucking funny.
I don't know, dude. It's pretty great.
That they're like catering to the whole planet, dude. That they have to take the slop and they have to put it into different languages, dude. That was so good, dude.
The Japanese voice of Jack Black is dude. It's actually, dude. This guy is probably the most talented man in show business and the hardest working. His name is Koichi Yamadera. So he's the voice of Spike Siegel from Cowboy Bebop, the Japanese Cowboy Bebop. Yeah. He's also just like the go-to guy for dubbing every movie. So like he has dubbed for like Eddie Murphy, Chris Tucker, Robin Williams, Jim Carrey, just like whenever a movie comes out and it goes to Japan, he seems to be the guy they go to be like, we need you to be Kevin Hart. This movie.
Oh, dude, it's got me thinking of who's the guy that played the Incredible Hulk when he was on SNL? Is it Lou Ferrigno?
On SNL, well, for a sketch.
I'm
not 60, so
there was that Miller Lite commercial by Lou Ferrigno. I think it was on SNL, but it might have been a real commercial. I'm blurry on it. But maybe it's a fever dream that I had.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember they did a sketch where the Hulk was in the sketch, and it's one of those like early seasons. So I don't know. $2 from
Let me
Angie
see.
Mishima. Lava Kitten. I like the sound of that. That's because it's Japanese.
Oh, it's Joe Piscopo. My bad.
Joe Piscopo. Who could forget Joe Piscopo?
I'm not good with names. Not good with names. All my namespace is being used for comedians.
Oh, nice. $20 from Michael Hall. Battle Royale by Does It
yeah.
Offend You?
Oh yeah, dude. I'm gonna put this in the thing
Pick
for
the
you.
Super Saiyan video. Yeah, we'll get to that here in a second.
This is in
Dude, by the way, did you ever
play
have you ever
this.
what is this?
That's the commercial that I was thinking about. It's a real commercial. I thought it was a Saturday Night Live, but it's not. He was on Saturday Night Live, and he got this Miller Lite commercial in 1987.
Okay, let's see here.
I am master of ancient art of karate, kung fu, and the Chinese chapel.
This is on TV.
I always reach for a cold Miller Lite. Light tastes great. Lightless are filling too. Hey, anybody want a pepperoni?
Ancient proverb, only one light beer.
A white guy painted yellow on TV doing an Asian accent in 1987. That's not an SNL skit. That is how I grew up. And then I get 50 and they're like, yeah, you guys can't be racist anymore. And you're like,
No, actually, you can. We'll get to that in a minute. I was gonna say Michael's request reminded me of something. Dude, did you ever watch that movie Battle Royale?
no,
Dog. I actually read
not that I know of.
I read the translation of the book before I even saw the movie. There was a book, it's a Japanese book, and then there's also like a manga, whatever you say. But I remember reading a book actually, like a novel. But dude, it's like because like the Hunger Games, right?
That's the game I'm playing right now. Yeah, I know. There's a cute chick in there with a bow and arrow or something.
Yeah, so it's like a future society, and they make teenagers fucking fight to the death or whatever.
Yeah,
And it's like a very defanged version of this story because there was already something like that. In Japan.
there was something. Yeah, there was something similar to this when I grew up too, with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Dude, that's Running Man.
Yeah,
That's also good. But no, there's this movie out of Japan called Battle Royale, which predates Hunger Games and everything, and it's teenagers who are pitted to fight to the death, but it's not like in the young adult way that Hunger Games is. It's not toothless, and it's not like inspirational, or where there's like one kid versus the world who's gonna save everybody.
yeah.
It's just like a 2-hour movie where you just watch, and they don't shy away from showing.
So it's realistic. You're just a 2-hour movie where the poor get slaughtered for
Yeah,
the rich's enjoyment.
It does not shy away from showing you these kids just killing each other. Like the camera does not look away when they're slicing each other's throats or shooting each other, stabbing each other in the guts. Dude, at one point, because they're teenagers, their bodies are going through changes. It's like, I think at one point, like a girl gets her period, and there's like a whole thing about like her trying to plug up her.
Is this a Japanese movie?
It's a Japanese movie. Yeah, it's Japanese, dude. And it's like, yeah, and it's so.
Yeah, they're wacky. I want to go to Japan.
Yeah, I do too. And and it is like, it's way better than Hunger Games, and it tells the story in one go. You get everything you need because it's really not a. From what I remember, it's not a story of like anybody trying to thwart this regime or whatever. It's literally just like the two of the kids, team up and try to figure out a way to escape. Yeah. But they do have to like kill a bunch of people, and then when they are finally able to get, they just are like, man, we are never coming back here, dude.
Yeah, dude. Some of those movies, that's what's kind of I like about like independent movies versus Hollywood movies. Sometimes, and I don't know if they do it on purpose or if it's bad writing, but like Life, the movie ends and there's some pieces that aren't tied up. There's like some sloppiness to it. There's not a happy ending. It's kind of like chaos at the end and it's over. And you leave like emotionally jarred because whatever. And then like Hollywood likes to tie everything up and you know what I mean? So part of like the ending of The Sopranos that everybody that keeps it alive is no one knows what happened, right? It's so you can keep talking about it. So I do like movies like that. So it sounds like the kids at the end just reminding me like, they're like, okay, that's fucked up. And then you don't know what happens to them. They're just out into the two kids are out after murdering people and they're in the wilderness.
I think I've never watched any of these Hunger Games movies, but it's a whole series. So it's like she wins the first movie and then she's going to end up being the one to stand up against the government. And then by the end of it, they overthrow this fucking oppressive regime or whatever.
Yeah.
But in Battle Royale, it's literally just like two kids are trying to survive this and get out of it. And then they just are like, yo, that fucking sucked.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but so Harry Potter, I was a little bit older then. So I just thought that was for younger people because I had some friends that were dudes that watched it.
It's for children.
But when not Harry Potter, when Twilight and Hunger Games came out, something in my head was just like, oh, that's for like these are lady movies. This is the women.
They're all for it's all for children.
I thought they were for women.
Maybe teenage girls.
Yeah, like Twilight, that age. That's what I mean. Like not like a married 50-year-old housewife. I meant, you know what I mean? I meant like 16 to maybe 22 watch Hunger Games.
I guess the actual designation, like when you go to Barnes and Noble and you're looking for those books, you would find them in the YA young adult section, which means just
that's where you'll find me too.
You're like, you know what? I actually would eat these green eggs and ham.
I could actually buy all these books for you and some candy if you want it.
Yeah, man. I haven't been to a bookstore in a coon's age, but apparently that's one of the complaints I see online all the time that, I don't know, is another thing for dudes to be mad at women at is, I guess, like when you go to a bookstore, a lot of what's being sold or marketed is like, they call it romantasy. So it's like,
can I tell you why? Because, all right, so I just bought Dave Ramsey's Millionaire Baby Steps. Right? I know you hate George. I know you hate Dave Ramsey, but I want to see what he's a Christian guy. I want to see what he said about usury. But anyways, and so like I went on Amazon and I could get the hardcover book delivered to my house for like, I forget what it was, but it was like under $20. It might have been under 15.
Oh yeah. And
I saw it in a store and it was like $32.99. Like at like the bookstore near my house.
Oh, you're paying a premium to
so like that's why it's all ladies' books, because ladies will go there if they want the experience of the bookstore. They'll pay extra. I want the book at my house quick, so I pay the cheapest. I just go to Amazon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like I like bookstores, but yeah, going to Barnes and Noble, I'm like, dude, these are crazy expensive. But like a used bookstore, you can get everything real cheap at a nice little used bookstore.
I had a good used bookstore when I lived down in Providence that I really loved going to keep it alive. And she was like struggling. Then they had a book drive to keep her going or whatever. You can go to like Savers and people will they give all their books away at the end to like these big corporations. Oh, you probably don't have Savers in Texas. It's like it's like a Goodwill.
Half price books was the big,
and they have a book section there.
I mean, shit. You know what though? The library, all the books are free there.
Yeah. I don't go. So I I feel like the library is for college and high school kids to study at, children to go at adventures with their family, homeless people, and creeps. And I feel like if I started going to the library, that I would become the creep. The only way you can get around it is if you have like, if you're one of those couples that are like whimsical. Whimsical couples can also go to the library.
Yeah,
together.
nobody would give it any thought, dude. You just go to the library, you go, hey, can I get a library card? And then you go find the books you want. You bring them to the counter. They scan them. They tell you, hey, come back, bring these back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I've been to a library. I dated a librarian for almost a year here in New Hampshire.
Noah Wiley?
And a very nice library. She did a lot of stuff with the kids. The kids do a lot of Halloween stuff there. They did a lot of Christmas stuff there. Very, very, very nice. And there is adult books in there. It just feels not my place.
Let's get some super chats going. This is from Lil Goblin Fella. Here's a request for Cornfed Radio. Obscure as vinyl. It's time to take a shit on the company's dime. Oh, is that one of those AI? I think I know what that is. We gotta get to we gotta get to Michael's super chat, his request. So here we go. This is Cornfed Radio 148.8. I don't even want to say half the N-word anymore, dude. It's not fun anymore ever since.
Yeah, now everybody says it. It's
everybody, dude.
They took away my Jew stuff too. That's why I don't do the Jew bit anymore.
My whole Twitter
now
feed,
everybody does it.
The last like 3 days has been just nothing but people saying the N-word because they feel emboldened by that fucking dipshit white trash mom who I guess is going to become a millionaire from saying the N-word.
I saw that. So I haven't been on X in like a week since last Saturday. So I had pulled it up and I just saw everybody flipping out about a GoFundMe with a lady and some kids, and I wasn't sure what happened.
Yeah, we'll get into it here in a second. And if anybody wants, I mean, if you want me to say half the N-word, like the first half, second half, or if you want me to put both halves together, hit them super chats.
Yeah, I don't even like the chirp anymore. I had the chirp way back in October, and now I've heard the chirp on 3 other podcasts.
Dude, it's like when you're a kid and your dad also starts listening to like Slipknot. Yeah. You're like, well, now Slipknot sucks.
Or it's like when you make fun of the Jews forever, and then Jake Shields starts doing it, and you're like, oh. Or like you suck your cousin's penis, and you want to write a rap song about it, and then Kanye steals it from you and makes it more popular. That I did hear about. Did Dave Blunt's actually write that, or is he doing it?
That's what he said. I mean, it sounds. I'm pretty well versed in Blunt's music. I've listened to a lot of his music, and it does sound very Blunt's-esque. Like it has a similar flow to Blunt's. But here's this by request from Michael Hall. Battle Royale by Does It Offend You, yeah?
Dude, it's be hilarious if this is this.
Oh, he says this is the wrong one. Well, which one am I supposed to play? I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? That's right. Hold on. He said there's a
video. Super Saiyan video version.
The Super Saiyan. What the fuck which one? Is it this one? Hold on.
The Super Saiyan one. Let me see if I can find
the Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan.
There's wait, this one looks like Power Rangers. I don't know, dude. He said it has a jar guy on it. That is that's a different thing. The guy with the jar. Can
you DM me on Twitter and I'll put it in the private link?
I don't even know. Dude, there looks like there's one with, I don't know, dude. Well, we'll find it here.
Send it to my Twitter, and I'll put the link up for you.
Is it the Power Rangers one? Oh, okay, hold on. I think I found it. Here we go. Mighty Morphin, filthy N-words.
Dude, is that the Kool-Aid man, dude? I know what they're trying to say. Just when do you put this on? Like, you're gonna make love to a woman, you put this on in the background. Actually, this is like if I wanted to code something, I would put this on in the background and start coding in a montage.
That was fun, dude.
What's hilarious is sometimes, even during that, I forget that those are kids. Like, that's made for like young Asian children to watch, but I'm picturing like adults watching that, which is pretty funny.
Yeah,
you know, kind of how people think of Africa as everybody's in mud huts on dirt. I think of Asian adults that bow when they say hello to each other, just at 8 p.m. at night when they get home from a hard day's work, putting Power Rangers on.
yeah,
Maybe,
probably. Well, do you know what Power Rangers is?
The American version?
Yeah, do you know
I know that all the scenes are already recorded in Japan.
Yeah, it's like it's a whole different show in Japan. It's like Cyber Cop, I don't know, some fucking other show. So all those like scenes of them as the Power Rangers is like the action scenes from this like completely different show.
Yeah.
So then like some fucking Jew guy, Sabin Entertainment. Somehow he bought all the footage, or
he lost all his money.
He
was sobbing.
He was sobbing. No, he owned like I guess like the licensing for that show in America. He had all the footage, and so he just like created this other show about teenagers who were where there's some fucking big head in a tube and a robot contract them to become
He just
Power
put together
Ranger.
child slop to make money.
Yeah, so like, so you know, all the scenes with the teenagers talking to each other and talking to the head in the tube, that's all filmed on some fucking soundstage in Burbank, right? And then when it's like go Power Rangers, and then they do the boo-doo-doo, and then they're like Power Ranger Red, Tyrannosaurus, for some reason they were all like dinosaur themed. But then, and so then they would turn into the Power Rangers, and then at that point, the kid actors can just, you know, take a load off, then kick their feet up, because now it's just going to cut to like existing Japanese footage where they just do like voiceover for everything that's happening.
I was too old when Power Rangers came out, so my favorite Power Rangers is the Key and Peele sketch.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever saw that. My parents
Really
wouldn't
good.
let me watch African sub-Saharan entertainment.
I'll just ruin the bit, but they do a Power Rangers bit, and like the Native American Power Ranger is yellow, the Asian Power Ranger is purple, and the Black Power Ranger is green.
Yeah.
And they keep saying, "Okay, Red Power Ranger into formation, Black Power Ranger," and it's like, I'm not black. I'm the Green Power Ranger. He's like, okay, Black Power Ranger. He's like, well, see, that sounded kind of racist, but also you're going to give me an order, and I'm not going to know if you're speaking to me or not because I'm the Green Power Ranger.
They were color coded like that in the original show. It was like,
yeah,
the Asian girl was the yellow one, and then like the bubbly like white Valley girl was the pink one.
Yeah, so that's what they make fun of in this thing. And then he says that too. He's like, well, imagine this. He's like, Native American Power Ranger. What if I called you the Red Power Ranger? And Purple Power Ranger. What if I called you the Yellow Power Ranger? And they're like, whoa, that's racist. Black Power Ranger's like, I'm the Green Power Ranger.
Right.
Such a good
skit. Dude, you see that shit recently? Yeah. Like they did some fucking Power Ranger. It's still going. Like, they're still just doing like an American show called Power Rangers that is using footage from whatever the Japanese show is. But dude, there was some fucking thing where they brought back, I guess, like all the generations, right?
Yeah.
And it was some clip that was going viral where it was the blue Power Ranger, that guy doing it's morphin time. But he's old now, right? Dude, he looks like it takes a minute for you to realize that is not Dennis Reynolds. He looks just like Glenn Howerton.
Oh, the guy from Always Sunny?
Sunny, dude. Dude, I gotta see if I can find that dude, because it really is like such a like stark resemblance that I was like, oh yeah, I guess what is Dennis doing in Power Rangers?
Since I got toasted from my main account, I didn't want to I wanted to lay low on my secondary account because they said don't create another account. And I had those two accounts linked, so I didn't want to get completely off Twitter. So I haven't been connected to the internet world.
Yeah, I gotta see.
I did buy my Skank Fest tickets. I haven't got my room yet. And I think I'm going to go down to Tampa and see in July and see Lewis's special taping.
Yeah.
So if anybody's going to either of those things, let me know. I know a bunch of you going to Skank Fest, but if anybody's going to go down to Tampa for Lewis's special, let me know.
Oh, come on. Why does it say this post is unavailable? Well, never mind. I don't know how to find it. But if anyone can find it, it looks cool. It's a blue Power Ranger doing something that looks like Dennis Reynolds, but who gives a shit? What was that? We got a couple super chats. King Gizzard, People Vultures to stay on the theme of my call. Thank you, Get him gladly. $5 from Pandatron, VHS or beta, Night on Fire. Somebody in the Patreon actually reached out and said, when are we doing another? Wasn't it the Bamboo Fed? So I gotta reach out to you, PJ. What was that? Shit. You know what? I forgot what I was. Let's go
You were
ahead
looking
and
up Dennis Reynolds as the Power Ranger.
Yeah, no, don't even worry about that. You know what? Let's go ahead and get to the next super chat, the next request, so I can recharge. Dude, I feel like shit, man. I slept like 2 hours last night. I got off work today, and I slept a couple hours after work, and was just fraught with nightmares. So I woke up like disoriented and stressed. I was drooling all over myself, and
It's the caffeine, I'm telling you, and the stress, and the work. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is the stress because I got a job where I have quotas, so I'm just like I never get a chance to take a break because it's like I have monthly quotas, so like I hit what I need to for the month, but then the next month just starts. I'm like, okay, well, now back back at it.
Yeah, I knew that I had to quit caffeine, but it was just creeping up on me. I had quit like for a month a while back, and then I just started like, all right, I'm gonna just do some pre-workout before I go to the gym, and then it turned into 2 pre-workouts, and then I was like, oh, well, I'm gonna be up late tonight, so I'll do a 5-hour energy drink before I do whatever, and then I'll do the podcast, and the next thing I know, I'm just ripping through energy drinks again.
Yeah,
and now I'm sleeping like a baby. The nightmares are gone. Sleeping, I feel energized. You might be able to see it in me. I'm laughing more. I'm enjoying life. So you might be like, I know you have a lot of real life stuff going on, but there might be some chemical stuff that's going on from sleep deprivation, because I was laying down in bed for 10 hours. My watch was telling me that I was going through the phases, but in 2 days, I can tell you that I actually slept the past 2 days. The other thing too is, I've been taking thiamine or whatever, cortisol suppressant before bed, and that helps a lot too.
Oh shit!
Because I was
down.
Basically I wasn't taking care of my health, and then I saw Dave Blunt's talk about how he's on his health journey, and it really inspired me. So I'm going to go back on my
in the coal mine, dude.
Go back on my health journey.
The fact that he ain't dead yet, if he's actually able to like turn that around, it's like, I guess that shows you got more time. It's like, I guess you have a lot of time to fix things before it really becomes irreparable. Until you cross the Rubicon, so to speak, the Jeep Rubicon.
So I don't want to be mean to anybody, right? But so everybody's got to have a.
Oh
no!
Overheated. Here, let's get it. Let's do this next request. This is some fucking AI thing, I think. By request from a little goblin fella. This is. It's time to take a shit on the company's dime.
Oh yeah, it's time to take a shit on the company's dime. I don't even have to shit sometimes. I'm just hanging down as the time flies by. They're getting paid to shit. I'm getting paid to wipe the best 45 minutes of my fucking life. Getting paid to shit. Getting paid to wipe the best 45 minutes of my fucking life. I knew my boss would spy on me, so I pissed on the floor to make it slippery. He tried to run really fast into the store. He stepped on my piss and smashed his balls. I said, holy shit, he might be dead. As I walked over his body with my wiener and balls. Oh, hey now, you scream your fucking toast. I called the police and told them that my boss was trying to start a going home while I was trying to take a dump. So I pissed on him in self-defense, and my boss got arrested. Cool. Getting paid to shit, getting paid to wipe the best 45 minutes of my fucking life. Getting paid to shit, getting paid to wipe the best 45 minutes of my fucking life. Oh yeah, it's time to take a shit on the company's dime. I don't even have to shit sometimes. I'm just hanging down as the time flies by.
I want everybody to remember this song when they think of Little Goblin Fella for the rest of his career.
Sometimes I'm just hanging down as the time flies by. Getting paid to shit, getting paid to wipe the best 45 minutes of my fucking life. Getting paid to shit, getting paid to wipe the best 45 minutes of my fucking life. To shit, and as the time flies by. Getting paid to shit, getting paid to wipe the best.
This is good lovemaking music, dude. If I put this on before I make sex to a nice lady, you put that on.
So what is it?
bedroom.
Is it AI or no? I don't think it's AI.
It's lovemaking music, dude. I think that's the end of the Al Green's greatest hits CD.
It may not, it may not even be AI. It might be that somebody who's like, because AI wouldn't be able to come up with those lyrics, so somebody wrote that, and maybe the production is using some kind of software.
I got a good AI song for you.
What is it?
It's gonna get completely bleak.
Oh no, you don't even worry about that. Well, no, I mean it's
everybody
like,
knows the best AI song that came out.
Yeah, the lyrics are not AI. Somebody has to write that, but maybe the music itself they're running through some kind of software to come up with the like they have a prompt or like make it sound like a fucking whatever style of music that is, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're right about my office is 73 degrees. I had all the windows and doors open all day, but I have like ladies that live underneath me. And so I try to get it down to 60 in here to sleep at night, but does not happen. They crank the heat and it all goes up into my unit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got some heat for your unit.
Oh.
Give it up for Jimmy.
Thank you. Wow, what a terrific audience.
So, so what happened is
What had happened was
the race war. What had happened was the race war has broken out. So apparently, I mean, it's been sticking in every Kumia American's crawl. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, I don't even understand what's going on, dude. My shit's just in the computer. Like it's just a webcam that's inside of the Macintosh. So this isn't an issue for me. I probably do need a new microphone. This USB mic, dude, is like if I laugh too hard, or if there's any like, I guess if I get too loud, it'll start like muffling the sound.
I know what happened is I fixed my camera. I got it so it didn't shut off. Then I closed the screen on the back and I'm supposed to keep it open. So now the camera is hot.
You gotta let that camera breathe, dude.
And now that it doesn't breathe, it might be like this all night.
You must have some kind of fucking Cronenberg camera that's made out of like skin.
Might need to get a fan to put on it.
Yeah.
It's 73. I can't keep the windows open in case I say slurs. It is New Hampshire, but
yeah. So yeah, slurs. So yeah, I guess it's been a point of contention with every red-blooded racist white American. Like they've been just like stewing and grinding their teeth over this Carmelo Anthony thing. This fucking kid that stabbed that kid.
I was gonna say that I saw the kid in at the track meet with the knife. That
yeah. So then an unrelated event happened, where it was in Minnesota. This I've seen a million of these. I've been related to some ladies like this, where it's like a single mother, probably looks like she either doesn't have all of her teeth or some of them are not doing too good,
Look, I don't have all my teeth and I'm doing great. It's fine.
Yeah, covered in shitty tattoos, and she's got her children with her. And so the story as I've heard it is that there's like a 5-year-old black kid. This is like a park, like a playground.
Okay.
So like a 5-year-old black kid is just like, toddling around, and they say he's autistic, and so he starts rooting around her diaper bag, and
Wait,
then
is the word niglet? Is that a
yeah, I don't
slur?
think you could say that.
Okay, just
I think
all right,
that
I
is-
won't. I won't say them.
Yeah, I
was
would
just
not
curious.
say that.
Okay, not
But
gonna say that.
so he just like I don't know. He stumbles up on her. I don't know
Theater of
where
the mind. That was for the audio listener. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the theater of the mind, and they're still loud in that
Yeah.
theater also.
Okay.
But yeah. So he stumbles up on her and goes. I you know he's a little kid. I don't know where his parents are and all this, but he goes rooting around her diaper bag, and so she immediately just dials it straight to 11. And somebody, I guess, is filming this as it's happening, and so then she hits this is a 5-year-old kid.
Yeah.
She hits him with a hard R.
Well,
Flips off the can.
can I say, 5-year-old black children aren't going into bags, but 5-year-old might be going to steal stuff right back, but not when they're
So yeah, so this is all caught on video.
We just need she's trying to use a very descriptive word to define that.
Yeah, so it's all caught on video, and then it's uploaded. It goes viral, and then she gets. I think she ended up getting doxxed, which is not cool. You shouldn't do that. So her address is out there, and now, in the spirit of Americana, the current American dream, she says, "Time to grift."
All right.
Now, this is the opportunity me and my fatherless children have been waiting for.
Do we know there's no father?
It looks like she is a single mother raising up some.
And the kids are white.
Yeah, some real doe-eyed mouth breathers.
I'm just saying, because there is a rule in the black community that if you've had it, you can say the word.
Right.
Yeah. If you've had a certain type of penis,
it doesn't.
You can say the word.
Look, if these
to describe that penis.
If these kids are mixed race, they are very, very light skinned. You know, so it's a real one drop. You know.
Yeah.
And
that's all it takes. Some say.
Yeah. So she, she immediately says, "Kids, we this is what we've been dreaming about." You know, and then
mommy did it, boys and girls.
Mommy did it. This is the opportunity.
Is she raising daughters?
It looks like sons.
Okay. Yeah.
Say we're not even gonna need those SSDI checks anymore after this. Yeah. So she starts a online fundraiser. It's not GoFundMe, it's some other site like please send money.net. Which, by the way, hit the super chats, folks. So yeah, and so she initially sets the goal at like $25,000-$50,000, and then like right away that shatters that goal, and then just keeps raising the goal on this.
Yeah.
So it's like $100,000, $200,000. Now she has the goal set at $1 million. She's raised like $500,000.
Well. The idea is sorry, my camera's just fucked for the rest of the night.
On.
The only way it would work now is if I let it cool.
You gotta let that camera breathe, man.
I gotta let it chill, let it be chill, let it be cool.
Yeah. So what has happened in the wake of this? So now there's I guess there's discourse happening. It's the same exhausting cycle of like the media cycle with these kinds of things, because she's raising a ton of money, and then that kid that stabbed that kid has raised a bunch of money on his fundraiser, and so nobody's listening to each other. Like nobody's even having a conversation with each other. Everybody's just talking over each other. Where like she's like just raised like $500,000 because she said the N-word at a kid, right? And so then there's people online that'll say like, "Well, this is crazy. I don't think it's good to be able to like, raise this much money because you hit the hard R at a kid." And then immediately that is retorted. The retort to that by these Roman statue profile pictures online is like,
Yeah.
what is it good to raise a bunch of money for stabbing a white kid at a track meet? And it's like, I'm just like, both. I guess both suck. Like, I don't understand why anyone. This is such a weird attempt at seeking retribution on both of these things. Where at the end of the day, it's like, well, I guess everybody's just suckers. It's just like, who do you want to be a fucking sucker for, and just give your hard-earned money to some fucking new grift, you know? Because like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't donate any money to that Carmelo Anthony guy. Also, wouldn't give this bitch any of my fucking money. But please folks, give me your money. But no, I mean, it's just like, you know, first off, it's not the race war we were promised. There's no violent. I mean, it's just a war of like online fundraisers where it's still to be seen if any of these fucking websites are going to pay these things out to these people. And then it's just like, you know, no violence, no bloodshed, you know, no civil unrest in the streets. It's just like two different online fundraisers for some shitty people that anonymously people are donating like at a clip like $10,000. You know, some of these donations coming through.
I wonder how much of this is like CPACs and stuff, like political companies doing this to stoke fires so that they can like scare people so they can create more laws and get more control.
Be one source, dude. It may just be all the way follow the money, and it's just like, you know,
we got to get Ian Carroll on this, dude.
Yeah, we got to get Ian Carroll on the fucking war between the black kid in a tuxedo who stabbed a kid and N-word mom. Who follow the money? Is it Qatar? I keep seeing that now. It's Qatar.
So,
out of nowhere, everybody's like, Qatar is actually the real Jews.
So here's the thing.
You thought it was the Jews that were pulling the strings. The Jews, the shadow Jews behind the Jews, is Qatar.
It's Qatar. So I don't know about N-word mom, right? But I know that, like, I was thinking about the Carmelo Anthony thing. So they like raked Zimmerman through the coals, and they raked Kyle Rittenhouse through the coals, and then at the end of it, they were both innocent, right? So this kid it's. I mean, he'll have to make a case, but we don't know what happened, right? And how it ended up in this position. It doesn't look like it's very good for him, but he could be innocent. So in the meantime, his whole life is fucked because everybody and their brother is going to be trying to get a piece of him and bothering him and stressing him out or whatever. So if they did take the money to buy a safe house and pay for attorneys and kind of like get themselves in an area where he can have some privacy, I don't have a huge problem with it. Like, they gave them money and he's going to use it for whatever want. But it's not like, so if something crazy like that happened to me, the media would find your address in like a day, and then you can't even leave your house. And if your house isn't safe, you're fucked.
Well, that's what
so
this lady
if that kid felt like that, then it's like, I get why they bought a house. I get why their family's there. I get why they're, you know what I mean? They want some security while this is being sorted out.
That's what the argument this lady's making is because she was doxxed, and so now her fundraising campaign is like, help me protect my family. And now she's raised more money than like anyone she knows is ever going to have in their lives.
Yeah.
And
well,
so
she'll run through it. Like, if you can't make that money and you just get it handed to you, you'll run through it, especially a lady.
Oh yeah. Well, now she's on the grift path. She's on the grifting journey. So
maybe Kumia will give her, maybe her and that other N-word lady with the single kid can do a show together.
Yeah, so she's about to hit the podcast circuit and probably try to start her own. And I said this last night that, you know, if she follows the blueprint, it just ends in a crypto scam.
It does remind me of like Natural Born Killers, where like you give people the internet and this stuff happens, it almost feels like who else is going to be famous, right? There's no gatekeepers anymore.
Yeah.
So you say the N-word and it blows up and this stuff happens to you, right? So then you get $1 million. So then they give you a podcast. It's probably not going to last, but it's like there's going to be clips and people are going to be like, okay, I want to hear her story. So there is going to be a group of people that relate to this that will start hearing their story. Then she's got to bring something else to the table to keep them there. You know, that one lady from Detroit that's on Kumia's network or is on Gavin McGinnis's network, I think she's still got a podcast. I see clips all the time.
Who? Which
Lily
one?
something.
Oh, that lady is. I mean, she has a podcast in as much as anybody does, where she's just saying.
Gavin McGinnis isn't signing us. Gavin, a friend of the show, Gavin McGinnis, can put Dalton and me on.
I mean, I don't think she's succeeding at. I think she was very quickly forgotten about and might be making like $100 a month.
No, she's on Free Speech TV.
Okay.
Gavin McGinnis signed her, I think.
I'm on YouTube right now.
I'm just saying, I bet you he pays her. I bet you he pays her. I'm gonna look it up right now, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going to do. I mean, I grew up in the South, right? I grew up all over the South, the deep South, the off the beaten path, the country. Dude, I tell you, dude, even like the people who I knew growing up, like family members and people in the town I knew who I would think of as like, oh, that's a racist person, like more racist than me. It was always like ill-advised. Even they would even tell you like, dude, just save the N-words for when you're back home.
Yeah, don't
be saying that shit.
Because if you say it to one of them, they'll act like one, and then you're gonna get hurt. Is that what they said?
I mean, I guess. Well, no, there was that. Yeah, where it's like, yeah. I mean, you'll get your.
Hey, there's this word we call people that get really violent when you say words to them.
You'll get your ass, but it was also just like understood. Like, yeah, you just don't say that.
I don't think, honestly. So here's the thing. Here's my experience over the years with the word is like. So I grew up, I told you, I had a lot of black friends. I dated black women. I listened to a lot of rap music or whatever. It's just that people have changed and now it's so racy, like back and forth. But if you drop a hard R in public in front of a black person, they have to defend themselves to other black people. You've like kind of fucked up their street cred. So if they don't do something about it, you put them in a bad position. But if you said it behind closed doors, they probably wouldn't be up. They'd be like, come on, dude. But they wouldn't get as angry because they had like no one knows.
I try to refrain, like abstain from.
No, I know. I'm not saying test this at home. I'm just saying, like, from my experience with black people, they don't actually care about white people saying the N-word that much. Maybe I'm just hanging out with cool,
I don't know, man.
Cool black people, but it doesn't really bother them. They got bigger problems in their life than words.
I was always
very few people that you see online telling you not to say it. I'm not saying test this, but like I'm just saying like it's not that big of a deal. I bet you I could. I'm not gonna try it, but I bet you I could say I could drop an N in front of Naeem. Maybe he could beat the shit out of me. And either way, he boxes really well.
I've always just been of the mind where it's like, yeah, I guess it's fun to say. It's cool when they say it. But I was always just like, it's not like something.
It's only fun if no one's feelings are truly getting hurt.
Yeah, I've never had like this desire
or when somebody cuts you off in traffic, then it's wicked fun.
I don't know. It's just, I've never had this like clamoring to have it in my vocabulary. Like I've always just been like, yeah, it's just a word I can't say, and I'm cool with that.
I go with
it's not like a limit on my speech that I can't say the N-word.
My go-to, like if I'm in traffic and somebody cuts me off or drives slow, whatever, I go to faggotry way before the N-word.
Yeah, that's a little more playful.
Yeah, like honestly, like in my day-to-day life, it never really comes up. But it's just fun because you're not supposed to say it to joke about saying it. They've given it so much power that
I think so much of this shit is just like fabricated through the internet. Like, dude,
here's the other thing too.
I'm seeing the way, dude. I'm seeing the way people are getting like pretty cavalier with saying it online now.
Yeah,
how they're like trying to reclaim it. Like, we've had enough. They're not going to keep this from us any longer. And I'm like,
they stole our word.
I'm looking at this like, dog. If you get your ass beat for this, it's completely justified, man. You cannot be saying that shit. Like, that was always like explicitly, not even implicit, explicitly understood my entire life is just like, yeah, you just don't fucking say that. I mean, certainly not like, I mean, I guess it's like if you're with your white friends and everybody's cool, you know, you could hit a few with them. But it's like, yeah, when you're like in polite society or in mixed company, it's just like, yeah, it's not even fucking worth it. And then if anyone responded where they were upset and wanted to beat your ass, it was like, yeah, man, you deserve to get your ass kicked right now. You can't be fucking talking like that.
So,
by the way, you know what pisses me off is all these fucking people online. They're like, it speaks to the lack of impulse control that they become violent over words, and I'm like, that's everybody. Everybody, like, if you pop off and say the wrong shit to like most people, they're gonna fucking take a swing at you.
So first of all, I don't necessarily believe that. Right.
I'm not saying,
but I'm saying like
there's always been a certain decorum you have to maintain when you're around people.
Yes, but people flip out a lot more over that word. It's similar to like when they're like, the Jews don't run the media, and you're like, oh, keep saying that and they'll take away your social media. And then you're like, say that word to that. You know what I mean? The only, like, it's the joke. Like, if you say faggot and the person gets offended for you calling them that, well, then they are one. And if you call somebody the N-word and they beat you up for calling you that, well, they are one. You know what I mean? It's like most black people are not going to resort to violence over a word.
Now my shit's fucked up. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, so the Jews are coming after you. So here we go. So, guys, it's just a word, all right? Now let's say it on the count of three.
Nobody say it.
2,
Nobody
3.
I mean, I just was like, I don't like this posturing or this sort of like false narrative that it's only black people who have like some sort of emotional and physical response to words.
Yeah.
Because like, I mean, that's like so many people. Well, you'll read something on Twitter, somebody will say something to you that you like that will like upset you or bother you. And
what's crazy is the K word. Like they will say the N-word on Skanks. They won't say the K word once in a great while. So that word is so powerful, you really don't say it because your whole YouTube will get shaken down.
Right. And Panda's right. It's funnier to like put it in people's heads, like to dance around it and make them think it.
Well, even when you say the N-word, what word are you thinking of in your head?
Right. But you know,
I'm thinking the N-word.
Right. But I think of it this way: that it at least like you know, substituting the word itself for the N-word, saying the N-word, like making that effort, at least shows that, all right, you know, we're talking about it, we're thinking about it, but I if I'm to be a gentleman, I will make the effort to at least not say the word. I'll use a euphemism. You know, I'll use a censored version of it because it's such a naughty bad word, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I do also just feel like having grown up in the South, like I would hear some honkies, some crackers,
yeah, some
Peckerwoods, Opes, you know, you name it, around me. Every now and then you meet somebody or you're related to them who were just would let them fly. and it always like came across to me as like a not just a lack of understanding, but like a willing, almost like they were just like they came across as stupid.
So here's the thing: when you hear the word, right? Like the recent Legion of Skanks, they had to beep like 100 times because Naeem was on,
Right?
And he's saying it like a colloquialism, right? Lewis says it a couple times, having this same debate. And as I'm watching it more and more, I forget where I was going to go with. Oh, what it is like Dave went to go say it one time and he didn't, and he says it in one of his acts or whatever. You can't hesitate. So like if you have any nervousness or you hit that R wrong, like you're not saying it like friendly.
You got to slide on the beat like Paul Wall.
Yeah, like
you
so you can slip it in there, but if you hesitate or get nervous or you even freak for 1 second like you're saying it and they know you're saying it and you're worried that you're saying it like you don't normally say it and you don't get away with it, then they don't let you get away with it. But if you just say it confidently and go in there and just say it like you always do, and this is kind of like what Puerto Ricans do.
Folks, don't, by the way, don't do what Dave is saying.
You should do this, guys.
Don't say it confidently.
No.
Just try to not have it unless you're one
unless
of
you're
them.
in a job interview, then
Look,
be confident. When you're in a job interview and you're saying it, you gotta sit up straight, pick your chin up, and say it with confidence in a job interview.
Unless you're one of them, try to refrain from saying.
No. What I'm saying, I'm not.
$5 from Dan Mullen. I think there's several
I have friends
slurs on in Dave's beard.
So these guys are wondering why my beard's like this. That's how it is. This end of my beard I grew in 2021. This is like the new beard. So my beard is gray. It just hasn't come out yet. But it's on its way. But there's no slurs in there.
By the way,
friends that like, on when you watch a podcast sometimes and they're like, hey, Bert Kreischer, you're on the air. Hey, Lewis, you're on the air. You're on Legion of Skanks. I have friends that I could not do that with because they pick up the phone and they say, hey, what's up, N-word, right?
Yeah.
But they're not being mean to anybody.
Look, I got a couple group chats I'm in that I hope those chats never get leaked.
That was hilarious when Clint Russell got hacked and they were selling iPads on his Twitter. And watching that week of the Tower Gang guys play because they were afraid that they didn't know who it was. They were happy that it was some Chinese scammer because when he got hacked, all of their group threads are in there when they're all dropping slurs and saying heinous things or whatever. So they were all like, all right, peace out. It's been cool, guys. It's good knowing everybody.
Yeah, it's been an honor. It's been an honor playing with you.
It's been an honor slurring with you guys.
Dude, this is another thing. The chat, it looks like the chat has been having a discussion, it seems, about IQ. This is another thing that's been driving me fucking nuts lately, is this sudden like obsession with IQ that people have. People throw these numbers around where they're like 130 IQ, a sub 90 IQ. Everybody's talking about like IQ, which first off, I want to know how many people actually know what the letters IQ stand for, or do they just know it as a reference of intelligence? Do they know what the two letters mean? Secondly, I don't know anybody who's ever actually taken a real IQ test. I've never taken one. I don't know what it looks like.
I have.
I don't know anybody that's taken one. Dude, it's like a real IQ test. You gotta like pay for it. You have to drive to a place. It's fucking like hours.
I took one when I was in the 4th grade. They pulled me out, and it took like 3.5 hours.
Right.
And
so that's your 4th
multiple
grade,
people coming
your
in.
Child.
Yeah, multiple people coming in or whatever, and then I did others later, but also your IQ. The original stuff, it's all based on living to 100 years old as well. The way that they kind of like whatever. So as you get older, your IQ is going to go down just from the way that they measure it out, the quotient that they use or whatever. But IQ, if you understand IQ, it's not intelligence isn't the all be all. If you actually look into the studies, if you have deferred gratification and 100 IQ, statistically you're going to do better than somebody that doesn't have deferred gratification, the ability to defer gratification that's a high IQ. And all high IQs usually allow you to do is recognize patterns and mimic. So you're basically just going around stealing other people's stuff, and mimicking it. It's not necessarily a space. And a lot of people suffer from mental illness, depression, anxiety, and don't do well because they have a high IQ, because you're surrounded by people that don't have one, and then it just feels alienating.
Yeah, I mean, I said that, like, if there's any point on an IQ test where it's one of them things where it's like a big triangle that's subdivided into multiple triangles, and then it's like, how many actual triangles are in this picture? I'll just go ahead and say I have a 30 IQ. I don't know that shit. I always get that wrong. There's always like some other way to measure the triangles. I don't know what I'm doing. And if it's shit like that, it's like, all right, well, cool, man. This is like a fucking little puzzle quiz that I don't know if this, like, what this actually measures. I don't know if there's any objective way to. This seems very like authoritarian to say that there's a fucking standardized test you could take that they can then stamp and say this is how intelligent you are. Maybe I'm wrong, but also I think I feel like a lot of these.
But you've built a D&D character before, right?
Yeah.
So like wisdom, intelligence, strength, all these things are different. Intelligence is just one thing, and so it doesn't mean people are thinking that intelligence necessarily means smarter. Doesn't mean smarter. It's a certain classification of being able to. A lot of people that have high intelligence are actually not even that intelligent either. They have a good memory, and you can fake having a high intelligence with good memory if you remember a lot of the stuff that's kind of going to be on the test. This is where you get, like, I don't think Sam Harris has the IQ that he claims to have. I think he's just very knowledgeable about all the laws and the rules and the books and the quotes and all that stuff. But anyways, it's similar to the statistics, like the 13% of the population is doing 50% of the crime, or 2% of the population owns 80% of the media outlets. And then it's like, oh, I have 135 IQ. And then the people that don't understand how to go down to the individual and then back up to aggregates and statistics start doing negative things. And then you end up getting a Jake Shields type guy, right, who he can't understand that you can look at the individual.
He also
you can see patterns, but they're not the same. Yeah. Well, spelling is not necessarily IQ either. Spelling is a different type of, I wouldn't call it intellect. So then it's just a different part of the brain.
It's just worthless anyway. Like,
no, they have found studies that like if you're going to go to college and you want to know, like, if you should go, you can take an IQ test, and it's a good place for job placement and what you'll be happy with. But the problem is then it becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. So like if you're like, well, I scored a 110, so I suck, so I'll only be good at construction. That's where the dangers come. And then you don't try to go past that. But it does. I don't know. It is a good metric, and it works in certain places. But at the same time,
I guess my broader point is I feel like a lot of the folks now who are hemming and hawing about IQ now, I feel like a lot of these people have never actually taken a real IQ test. They probably took like some fucking thing on the internet, but a real test you gotta pay for. You gotta go to a place. And
have you ever seen the meme where it's the bell curve?
Yeah.
And so there's a bell curve where it's like, so there's high IQ and low IQ people on would be on the meme, and they both don't care about IQ, and then people in the middle would all care think they're really smart.
Right.
So like when you're super dumb, you know you're dumb. And when you're super smart, you kind of know you're super smart. And when you're in the middle, you tend to be overconfident on a lot of stuff. So the funny part about that is if somebody actually did have a super high IQ or a super low one, they wouldn't care. It's only the people that are in the medium that are fighting for these steps of statistics.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I know
I
what
actually
you
got
mean.
into, I've read the Charles Murray book. You'd probably like it. I won't get into the bell curve and IQ and all that stuff, but there is some stuff you can read statistically. The problem is when you start taking those statistics and planting those labels on individuals, it can be detrimental to the individual success.
Yeah, it's like Big Fish. Remember Big Fish?
Oh, that's such a good movie. That's with Danny DeVito.
Yeah,
That's the father and
Ewan
the kid.
McGregor, where he's like
Yeah.
that witch offers to show him how he'll die. Or
Yeah.
no, actually, he does actually agree to see it. So that's a bad example.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It would, I mean, if you trusted everybody, it would be good to know a bunch of people's IQs and then follow them and get an idea. The problem, because like I have this watch, right? This Whoop, and it tracks my rest. And then it tells me how much sleep I need based on my activity and my heart rest and all this stuff. But then if you're not careful, when you wake up and you feel good, you're like, wow, I feel good. I slept well. And then I look at the results and it's got me in the red, like I didn't sleep well. Then I was like, oh, I guess I'm tired because it told me I'm tired, even though I feel good. And then other days I feel like shit and it's in the green. So it's telling me I'm supposed to be doing well. And if you just rely on just the watch, you can really fuck your life up when you know.
Yeah, I guess it's like, yeah, like my dad and all my uncles who were just like, I'm not going to the doctor because that's how they find something wrong with you.
And then if you dwell on it, you can create depression and then make it worse.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so it's like if you want to stay healthy, just never go to a doctor. That way they can never find anything wrong with you.
Dude, I've never tested positive for COVID.
Exactly.
Yeah. I use the same strategy.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of IQ just sounds like bullshit, and I think PJ Pandatron's right. It is like a thing that white people use now for in reference to coloreds.
So that's the problem. And Dave Chappelle has a bid on this. I don't even know if you call it
$5 from Kenny T. Stringle Show. Super educated. I'm smarter than Spock. Merliska Harkate. Anyway, what were you saying?
So Dave Chappelle has a bid on this, and it's like, so he's talking about an African that's looking for water, and they basically put a treat inside a coconut, and the baboon goes, puts his hand in there, grabs the treat, won't let it go. So the African will come over and give a salt lick to the baboon, and he keeps eating the salt till it gets super thirsty. Then he helps it get his hand out of the coconut. And then he tracks the baboon, and the baboon knows where there's water. And so then he finds water, and he gets the water, and he brings it to the tribe. And then Dave Chappelle's like, is that, and you're saying this guy isn't intelligent. He has a sub-Saharan 80 IQ or whatever. And the answer is yes. But what that guy's experiencing is not intelligent, it's wisdom. And there's a difference between wisdom and intelligence in like strength and agility and all this stuff. So it's not like because you have a high intel, you're a wizard, you're the best. It's like there's lots of skills that you use in an everyday lifestyle to survive. And the combination of those is what makes it. So when they call it a white supremacist idea of IQ, it's almost like a Jew supremacist because they got supposedly the highest IQ, and they're the ones that came up with the test, was the Ashkenazis.
Yeah, ask them to hammer a nail in a piece of wood.
But Asians come in second, and then whites come after that. But then if you go into subcategories of whites, it's even different than that between like Greeks and Italians and Polish and Russians and all that
stuff. It's so funny that you think Greeks and Italians are white.
Yeah, I don't
That's
actually.
so funny.
I don't think we are. But everybody else does. Pandatron would think so.
Yeah.
But I don't see that. I don't see even Ravi as white.
Yeah. I just, dude,
But
that
well,
was
you're
like,
Latin. Are you white?
I have no clue what I am, dude.
So
I know
Spain.
I'm like, I guess I'm like white Latino to some degree, but
So when Spain went around colonizing everywhere, like they probably went in there, and so you're probably Caucasoid, but you have
Caucasoid.
Caucasian.
That was one of the better cartoons from when I was a kid. The Spielberg cartoon Caucasoid.
Caucasoid.
Yeah, there's Caucasoid and Cockamaniacs, Pinky and the Cock.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was that sort of revitalization of animation that Spielberg spearheaded.
Well, I was joking around about. I was explaining the Corrado Boys to my friend that doesn't watch you guys, and he's like, "Oh, it's another podcast with three white guys," and it's like, it's actually an Arab, a Latino, and a Wigga.
Yeah.
So it's pretty multicultural.
It's very it's a melting pot.
Yeah.
Which sounds delicious, dude. I would love to go to like one of them fondue places.
Yeah. What would you do? What should you get? Would you prefer cheese or chocolate?
Cheese.
Cheese.
Yeah.
And then what do you dip in it? Shrimps?
It's like bread.
Bread?
I don't know.
Dipping carbs.
I've never had fondue. I don't know what you do with it.
Yeah. You're not fond of fondue?
I've never had it. I mean, I've hit up the chocolate fountain at Golden Corral.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that I'll never experience until they veganize it. But I don't really think I miss any of it. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Once in a while, like I will go and I will buy something that I don't normally eat, like spicy chicken, but it's actually it's got like a lot of processed stuff. It's a spicy chicken patty, and I'll get the buns and the bread and butter pickles and the vegan mayonnaise and make like a spicy chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know what the distinction is between fondue and like when I was growing up and like a football game was on and my mom would make like a big pot of Velveeta.
Nothing.
Like, that was always a treat growing up, was like the Velveeta with the Rotel and some chorizo.
Oh, so we would do Hormel chili, and then we put the Velveeta on top and then microwave it. And then
that's
dip
crazy.
And then dip through the whatever and get the Hormel chili.
Y'all fucking honkies, dude. That's how y'all make it. Nah, when I was growing up, it was always my mom would get the big 2x4 of Velveeta, the big rectangle block.
Yeah.
And then you get that going.
That was invented by the government?
It looks like it. Yeah, it's
they used to give out welfare cheese. In a wheel. They invented Velveeta style.
Well, so that's the thing is Velveeta and like American cheese, like the Kraft singles, is perfect for this kind of cooking, like anything like melting, because all that is like cheddar cheese with an emulsifier in it. I think it's sodium citrate, I believe. But yeah, it's just like regular. It's like cheddar cheese where they add an emulsifier so that it melts better. So that's why American cheese is the best for a hamburger, and that's why Velveeta is perfect for queso. And so when I was growing up, that was always like my mom would get a pot going with the Velveeta, hit it with a couple cans of the spicy Rotel.
Did you have those white casserole pans with the handles on them?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we used to. Yeah.
Yeah, and then do either ground beef, sausage, or chorizo, which is a different kind of sausage. And that would just last us like a couple of 3 days. A big pot of Velveeta, and it's still to this day one of my favorite meals. Is just a big bowl of cheese with some chips.
I used to do that a lot. So when I grew up, my mother would put the Hormel chili in the thing and then the Velveeta, and we would put the chips in there. But when I got older and I didn't have it, I would take a bowl, I put Velveeta in it with some salsa and a little bit of milk, and then I would heat it up. And then I guess I was making queso, but I didn't know. until it got melty, and the milk would make it a little bit like drippier. And then sit down and get some nacho cheese, nacho chips or whatever in there, tortilla chips. Dip it in there, really good. Watch some Shawshank Redemption all day on USA, and live the dream.
I like going when I go to if I go to a good Tex-Mex place. I don't know if y'all got this up north, but when I was growing up, if you went to a lot of Tex-Mex restaurants in Texas, will have something on the menu called queso flamiado, where they bring it to the table and it's like a plate with like cheese and chorizo on it and jalapenos.
Okay.
And they'll pour like
gasoline on it.
Not gasoline, but some kind of like vermouth or something.
Yeah.
Some kind of like high proof liquor, and then set that on fire, and then just have it at the side of the table, and it'll cook up, it'll be on fire, and then when the fire subsides, it's all melted, and then they give you like fresh tortillas with it, and then you just like dish it onto a tortilla and make yourself a little
yeah, that sounds good.
little cheese tortilla there. It's awesome. It's very good.
Yeah, I still go to a lot of Mexican restaurants, especially when I'm on the road. I went to a Mexican restaurant in Santa Fe when I did my last cross country trip, because it's pretty easy for them to convert any of that stuff into vegan. I just make it al fresco. I think they just take the sour cream and the whatever, but it's one of my favorite foods. I was born in Southern California, so I grew up eating a lot of Mexican food. And then when we moved, my mom continued to make either Greek food or Mexican food. I still eat a lot today. 2 weeks ago, I ate every day, 2 meals a day. I just bought stuff to make tacos, and I made double-decker tacos for Easter. And they were so good that I just had them every day. So good. If you haven't had one in a while, so good. Just make a regular taco, and then take a soft taco shell, smear refried beans, and stick the whole thing together.
Yeah. I've done that.
So good, dude. I ate I had like 4 of them on Easter, and then I had 4 a day. I bought 212. So I had 24 of them. However long it took me to eat. I had 4 on Easter, then I had 8 every day until I ran out of the 24 shells that I had.
You know what I did today?
So good.
It fucked me up. Like several days ago, I went to a hibachi Japanese steakhouse, and I had steak and scallops, hibachi, and they cook. So he did it up with steak and scallops, and I think it was like it was actually the combo, so steak, scallops, shrimp, lobster, chicken. With this place is crazy though, the one I went to, because it was noodles and rice, which is a hat on a hat, dude. And then also the grilled vegetables. And so it was a ton of food, so I couldn't eat that much of it. So I boxed up the rest and then just stuck it in the fridge. And it's been like days, Yeah. And Asian foods like that don't really keep too well in my experience.
There's ways that you can reheat them up, but yeah.
So today I dumped that on a plate and microwaved it, and then ate the rest of it, and pretty quickly was punished for that. Like, I spent like the next like couple hours with just a roaring stomach ache and bubble guts. And then when I finally got a break off of work, I just like took the messiest shit.
I don't get that. I think it's because it's so selective now. But there's these Asian noodles that I buy, and I had made some. And then instead of soy sauce, I use coconut amino acids. I know this is sounds like a science experiment.
You're eating like you're on the Snowpiercer.
Yeah, dude. So I made noodles. I made Asian noodles with amino cocoa acids, seitan slices, onions, peppers, and carrots, all heated up in there. I got the chopsticks out. Did it right, dude. And then I just had a fat boy lunch, no protein. You ever just take like ramen and just put butter on it? So I had that today.
No.
Oh, dude, I made hot ramen, and the only thing I put on it was butter.
No.
just carbs with fat on top of it.
No, because
I'm
I
like,
get
"Oh,
the
this
good
hit."
shit.
I didn't even put any spices on it.
I get the Nong Shim and the Boldak brands, and so I'm not wasting those bags. This is not some fucking 20 cent
Oh, you get the
bag.
expensive stuff.
This is a buck 30.
Mine's not
This is a
that
buck
cheap.
30 a bag, dude.
I get 4 of them for like, I think it's $7.99 for 4 of these vegan.
That's pretty
style
fancy.
meals.
That's a pretty pricey pack of ramen. Yeah, I like because
Yeah, well,
if I'm gonna eat like ramen, I might as well splurge and get the good shit. The fucking that bowl deck, dude. That shit is like it'll fucking tear a hole through your butthole. You'll get a double butthole from it because it's so fucking spicy. It's really good.
Yeah, that's the one thing. It's a lot easier now for me to eat when I travel and stuff. But for the longest time, the foods stank. But now Florida especially has some really good vegan restaurants. I had vegan soul food when I went down there. It was probably the best, and I made so many of the recipes when I came back. And now I couldn't nail them like they did. So they made just a dirty rice, a dirty jag rice they would call it. You ever have soul food or ever have Cape Verdean food?
Yeah, I've had tons of soul food.
Yeah. Well, but they had vegan soul food so freaking good. The vegan cheese is really good. Robbie's third cousin now. It's especially if you're like lactose intolerant or whatever. I would switch over and try it. Not all of it, but Violife is good. They make a feta. They make a provolone. They make a Gouda. The shredded stuff.
Feta wouldn't want to be you.
It doesn't. The feta stuff doesn't really. Not feta. The like the Mexican shredded stuff. It doesn't really melt that well, and neither does the mozzarella. They still haven't got like the melting down yet, but the taste is decent. They have a good cream cheeses, Violife cream cheese, especially if you haven't had anything in a long time because you have lactose issues. You'll love it.
Yeah, this is a good point that Pandatron makes. A Swiss cheese on a shroom and Swiss burger. That's a good burger.
Yeah,
you gotta do the shrooms with the Swiss though. That's the combination that makes it good. Usually when I do a burger, it's just a patty, salt, pepper, cook it with the onions, hit it with that Kraft single.
Yeah.
That's a tasty burger, dude.
You know, one of the problems I have, I don't do soy and I don't do milk. So I've been having a real tough time finding a good bun. So the only ones that I have is a local Italian restaurant that is like they're not even like a local Italian restaurant anymore. It's like a fake Italian company that used to be restaurant, does buns, but they're too dry. I need like a softer bun. So there is some things that I miss making the switch. There's nothing like a good like smash burger, like on a really soft, greasy bun.
Yeah.
Yeah. We used to have a place called Stanley's. It was there for like 100 years and then it burnt down and they rebuilt it, but it wasn't as good.
A little Jewish lightning.
Yeah, and they had, and it was in Central Falls, Rhode Island. If you're ever in the area, it's still there. But they would take like a meatball of hamburger meat, put it on the grill. They put the onions on top of it, and then they put the weights down. And then if you just buy a Stanley burger, it just comes with that, just the onions, no cheese, and I think they might put like 1 or 2 pickles on it and mustard. And then you can get it with cheese, and there's some other combos. But we used to go there. When I first started going, the burgers were 89 cents. So you could go in there and get 4 Stanley burgers and like a fry, whatever, for like, $6, which is like unheard of. You can't I saw the menu on the freaking fast food, dude. It's $17, $18 for burger, McDonald's now.
It's not even worth it. You're better off just going to Chili's.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can literally go get I could get like one of those Beyond Beef burgers at Pizzeria Uno for that or whatever.
Yeah, but McDonald's does not provide what it used to that warranted even going to McDonald's, which is food that's fast and cheap. it's not even fascinating. It's not, you got to go order at a kiosk and then just like stand around like an asshole waiting for it. And it's also like not even cheap. It's like, a combo. It's like a Big Mac or a quarter pounder with fries and a drink is probably going to run you around $15.
I went to Taco Bell during the after the pandemic, which is like a waste too because it's so expensive now. But I had to wait like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I just became so emotionally invested. Like you used to be able to blow through the drive-through and you'd maybe wait like 30 minutes to an hour, like at 4 a.m. We'd go drink and there'd be this huge fucking line. But I'm talking about one person in front of me, go to Taco Bell, I get gordito or black bean gordito or whatever, and I wait there and it's like 20 minutes has gone by and now it's like, time loss fallacy. It's like, do I stick around? Like I didn't pay yet, so I guess I could just leave. But it's like by the time I get somewhere else, it's going to take similar amount of time to drive there and get the food.
There's no fast food restaurant that's worth it now because there's a considering that's not even that fast and the price. Any fast food restaurant, there's an alternative that's like an actual restaurant that is either similarly priced or even cheaper.
Here's what was blowing my mind is like, so I saw the thing, it said $17, right? And then I'm like, people are getting this DoorDash to their house.
Oh,
so how much?
There's people paying.
So how much is it to get a burger, fries, and a soda delivered to your house from McDonald's? It's got to be what, $30?
There's people paying like probably like 100% premium. They're paying for their meal twice just to have it brought to them.
I mean, I don't want to turn into Dave Ramsey here, but come on, this is why you guys can't afford it.
Yeah, I get a little Ramsey about that where I'm like, come on, man. At least like if you're gonna order out, if you're gonna order delivery, literally anywhere else will be cheaper. The fast food places just like for whatever reason they hammer you on delivery like that. If you just call a Chinese restaurant, it's actually it'll be cheaper for the delivery.
It drives me crazy. Once a month on Fridays, I go out and I get pizza. And I get a 16-inch pizza or whatever. It's like $36. And I was like,
whoa.
Yeah, I mean, but still, like you can find it. You can find other places.
Dude,
that are
I
a little
just
bit
talked
cheaper
about this last night.
But it's like it's so crazy how expensive everything's gotten for
a large at Pizza Hut right now is only like $15. $2 upcharge for stuffed crust, which we'll just call it 17 because I'm not getting the stuffed crust.
Yeah.
And that's actually like a economic way to do your meals is just get you a large pizza and just munch on that for a couple days.
I will eat if I get a large vegan cheese with peppers and onions, sometimes olives and spinach on a Friday night. And I will eat at least half of it right there then.
Yeah.
If not the whole thing. And then I will wake up and eat the rest of it for breakfast out of the air fryer.
Sure.
Pizza slice in the air fryer is pretty good.
It's really good. Yeah, that's what I do.
It's almost better than the night before because it gets so crispy. Yeah.
That's what I do is, I get like a bunch of a large pizza and, we're talking specialty pizzas. So these are big ass pizzas loaded with like everything on them.
Yep.
Stuffed crust. So I 2-3 slices, I'm full. And then the next day hit the air fryer. And I could stretch out a Pizza Hut large. If I need to survive, that's at least 2 days, 3 if I'm rationing.
I'm Greek, so I had to keep my pizza blood sugar level high. If you get, New Hampshire has notoriously bad pizza. We have a couple of okay brick oven pizzas in Manchester.
Go to Pizza Hut, dude.
We don't have a Pizza Hut. I think we might have one
dude.
Pizza Hut in Manchester.
Actually, that's the great thing about chain pizza places is it's not.
I have a Domino's up the street. Then it's not terrible, but I'm saying I want to get like an actual pizza.
Yeah.
Anyways,
listen.
What's great about the place up the street from me?
List the toppings. Hold on, this is important.
No, I'm Greek and vegan. I'm not lactose intolerant.
Yeah, so Pizza Hut, the deal is either 5 toppings or specialty. So I usually do a specialty for each one, and what I usually like to do is get multiple pies, and I'll do one supreme, so I get my vegetables. I'll do a meat lovers, and then I'll do like some wacky, either like buffalo chicken or barbecue chicken, and then Hawaiian. All so those are like my top favorites are meat lovers, supreme, buffalo chicken, barbecue chicken, Hawaiian. And then some of those I might customize, add a little extra. You know, I like to hit some hot peppers on the supreme, add hot peppers and jalapenos.
Yeah.
But the specialty as it comes is usually good enough for me. So
yeah, want to go over that? Yeah, there's constantly pizza near my house. We'll give you the menu here. You can go over this. So it's not so the vegan cheese must be expensive, but the 24-inch just plain cheese is $27.99. The 16-inch large is $18.49.
Right.
But it's the pizza's bad. It's not terrible. It's soggy. They cook it too quickly.
You're getting a vegan pizza, dude. I don't even like.
No. It's not a vegan pizza. All it is cashew cheese. Everything else is exactly the same. All right, but because it's bad, it's better the next day in the air fryer because it's soft. Like the slice doesn't stand on its own, but after you air fry it, the slices stand on their own. So it's almost good that they don't do that because if they were standalone, I don't know if they'd be so good in the air fryer the next day. You know what I mean?
You know, another good thing about pizza is there's so much like salt and shit in it. You just leave it on the counter for days. You don't even have to refrigerate it, dude. Just sit that shit on the counter.
I have a pizza stone. I should just start making my own.
It's dude. It's one of those. It's one of those things where like I understand like the autistic diet, like these autistic people who just eat like the same shit all the time. Because like pizza is one of those things where I don't think I've ever gotten tired of it. It's like, yeah, I'm actually cool eating this every day.
No, it's so good, dude. Like I said, I will go
chicken nuggets also.
Like I said, I will buy that processed seitan with the spicy chicken and make those. It's got just mayonnaise, the bread and butter pickles on the soft chicken bun with the spicy chicken. I've never had a spicy Popeye's chicken sandwich because they came out after 2015 and we didn't have chicken filet up here, Chick-fil-A.
So
I missed out on a bunch of this stuff.
Unforgivable.
All right, you got to vamp. I got to use the restroom.
Okay. What is this that Dave shares? The pizza menu. Let's look at this. This is the shitty New Hampshire pizza. New York style. This is expensive, dude. Dude, hit a fucking cheese pizza. A large is $20. 18-inch is $20. Big John. Yeah, this shit sucks. Yeah, just go to Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Domino's. If you're in Texas, there's also Mr. Jim's. I don't know if they have those everywhere. Subscribe to Patreon. We have some. I gotta get to these super chats. King Gizzard, People Vultures. So, hold on. I thought I had to sneeze. I just got blue balled by a sneeze. Let's see here. I like this band. They're Australian. They put out like 4 albums a year, and just they just have fun with it. Just churn them and burn them, dude. On to the next one. So, Cornfed Radio, by request from Gimp Gladly. This is People Vultures by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
Oh, I like this song. I've heard this before.
Nice. Thank you, Robbie's third cousin.
I didn't know there was a video for this.
Yeah, so this will probably have to be cut after the stream.
People, vultures, got approaches, final hearing. What else have I got to do now?
It's definitely an air guitar song.
People, vultures, got approaches, final hearing. What else have I got to do now?
Oh, I like that.
This video is making me think the word in my head.
Nice. I like that. That's good.
Yeah, I think, yeah, so I'm pretty sure that Game Gladly's right, they're the same people that sing the Luis Gomez's theme song.
Yes, Red the Rattlesnake.
The original one.
'Cause I had my buddy Brett make up one where it was a Dalton snake.
Yeah.
and we played it at Skankfest South.
Oh, in Houston, nice.
Yeah.
What was crazy
Shit,
is,
man. Actually, that
I'd heard this song, knew of them, never heard Rattlesnake. Then I was just came up in my playlist one day after listening to Real Ass Podcast, and I was like, mind blown. Because I never listened to their album. I only heard a couple of songs.
Yo, check this out. It's actually, it's still on the Loud Boys YouTube channel.
Oh, he didn't toast that? He didn't pull figs?
Yo, check this out.
Hell yeah.
Golden snake, 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 golden snake.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. Damn, I forgot. That was my buddy Brett Crow made that.
Yeah, so good. The lore, yeah. R.I.P. to
Somebody has that shirt too. That picture that was there, the Justin Trudeau snake charmer, and I'm the snake. I had that made into a shirt, and I gave that to somebody.
Oh, you just made one of them? Oh,
yeah.
Do you still have all the Loud Boy shirts?
Somewhere, yeah. People have been asking if they could buy them. I gotta
That'd be hilarious, dude. Dude, that's vintage, dude. Now that it doesn't exist.
Yeah. The designs were good. I didn't know what I was doing. I made them, so yeah, it's not a good idea to just like.
No, dude, I think it's awesome, dude.
You just own a bunch of fucking shirts that you got to try and sell. It's better to just do drop shipping.
Yeah. But it's also funny that you were like, there's something cool about it that you were like, dude, I'm going all in, dude. Like, you didn't even question it. You're like, these are gonna sell. We're going to the top, baby.
They did sell, actually. People did people wanted to buy them, and I was moving them, but it was hard to.
Can you put them on under to sell underneath here?
I could try. I mean, I
because you know how
I gotta find them.
Yeah,
but it was just tough too because I was like, obviously I was losing my mind at the time, so I was like mentally not well. And one of the ways that was manifesting was one of the ways it could have been, it was like productive if I wasn't actually going crazy, was I was like really wanting to turn that whole operation into a money-making operation. But also it's like, when you're collaborating with people, it's tough to get everybody on like your same wavelength, because like Robbie might have, at the time, maybe, there was no way Joe was ever going to be on board with anything. Like, he is not the kind of guy who wants to try or apply himself or commit himself to anything.
It's tough. That's why you kind of have to end up having like a leader that takes chances or whatever like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't, it's three people will never come to an agreement.
Right. Yeah, and that was kind of the situation at that time, because it was like, I think me and Robbie definitely wanted to succeed. I just never could. I think Joe was always like, and this is not it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think Joe is cool living the rest of his life just like being like effective. You know what I mean? Like, as long as he has a place to sleep and he can, I guess I have a girl that'll let him move in. I don't know. Dude.
Well, that's the thing. So, right, like there's road dogs out there that are probably making like $60K a year, traveling around doing comedy that you've never heard of.
That's still a dream of mine. Dude.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, they're a professional comedian.
Yeah,
like they get paid. You know what I mean? So, like, not everybody's gonna end up like Shane Gillis. Not everybody's gonna end up, multi-millionaire comedians or whatever that just can touch everything. but like, I don't know. I just feel like a lot of comedians, do you think they're getting into it just they're treating it like, okay, instead of doing construction and making $60K a year, what if I could just do comedy and make 60? Or do you think they're getting
I always
into it
had
and they're
that
like,
idea where I was like, if I could just figure out a way to make as much or maybe a little bit more money than I'm making it, like whatever job I have to clock in for, even that's the dream. Even that's better.
well,
So, I mean, I will say that I guess it's like there's no getting around it that money's important, like it
yeah,
just in life. And so it's I mean, if you're gonna commit yourself to um I don't know anything really, unless you already have it like have set the parameters for yourself or set your expectations, where it's like I just have a hobby, right?
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like I guess that's fine, but it's like if you're really wanting to pursue any sort of like whatever you would call it, an art form or something like that, a creative venture, and you're gonna sink like hours and hours and years of your life into it. I mean, there is a point where you have to start like thinking about money. Where you have to be like, well, what am I
yeah.
like? You know, I'm investing so much of myself into this that it extends beyond just being a hobby.
Well,
Um,
I think
that
crack,
happens to a lot of people. Like a lot of people even will get into something where they tell themselves they just want a hobby, and then they'll start like really getting addicted to it and putting more and more of themselves into it. And I think and I think it's like um I think it's foolish to say to yourself that the money is never important or that you'll be fine never making money because it's
yeah.
like, yeah, no, I wouldn't. I gotta make some fucking money, dude.
I think crack is doing it right, or at least I don't know his story, so this is just from me watching as a fan watching the show. But he was working a full-time job trying to stream. Now it seems like he's been able to move to a part-time job and stream,
Yeah.
and that's a great because then he can jump. Then he'll get to a point where if the streaming gets big enough and he feels safe enough, he can quit the part-time job and he's streaming full-time. And if you can just pay your rent and everything streaming and pour everything into it, then you can grow. Then you can grow that because now it's 24 hours a day to put that energy into it. The issue becomes, or at least for me it was, is once you have the freedom and the income, it gets hard sometimes to then because it becomes a job to put the same amount of energy into that passion once it's your sole income.
Sure. I guess.
It almost
I
gets
mean,
you get panicked too.
I don't know. Clocking in for a job is that sucks. So it's
Yeah.
like I'd be fine with my passions becoming a little more strenuous or stressful
Yeah.
if they're paying my bills. Like I have no problem with all of with the things I really love becoming a job, because then that's also like provides you structure. So now you have like a greater like understanding of the framework of what you're doing, where it's not this like mystery as to how it's even done. Like now you're existing within a creative space where you understand the sort of like mechanics of it. Where it's like it's a job, but also I know I'm like a bricklayer. I hate to that's not comparable, but you know what I mean. Where it's like you understand it well enough where you can actually like keep building new things within whatever creative framework you're
Yeah.
working. Because that's like like when you like if you ever read a book on writing or watch an interview with any writer, the way they talk about writing is very structured. Like it's very much like they talk about like a job where it's like, yeah, I got to write at least a page a day, and I'm working on this novel or whatever. So it is very much like creative. Like they have to come up with ideas and think of a story, but then they also understand like the frame, like how to actually construct that sort of thing, where it's very like sequential, like the
Yep.
work of it,
Well,
which
even
I think is cool. Like if you can get to a point where like you're doing things creatively, where it's also like you understand it well enough that it's also akin to like a job, or you like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's
if you
it's
can-
not it's not just like this mysterious ethereal thing where it's like, how do you even come up with these ideas? Where it's like, well, yeah, I
Yeah.
fucking sit in front of the computer for like several hours working at it because it's a fucking job, dude.
Yeah, I know that with comedians too, some people will just get on stage, they'll go free for all and come up with new ideas. Other comedians will like, all right, I have to write every day for an hour. I got to write every day for 2 hours, put this stuff down, take some of it on stage, see what happens, and then play back and forth with the audience to craft the joke with like where they're laughing or whatever. And so I know there's different creativity for everybody. But I think a lot of people, you know, when you're looking at that art form to start, people think, oh, they just go up there. That guy's really good at talking to the crowd. Like when you're like, some people don't realize how much work is being done, even in comedy. They think that a person can get up there. They've never said the stuff that they're saying. They're just trying to be entertaining for an hour. And then if they went to go see the 7:00 show, it would be completely different. If they went to go see the 10, it'd be completely different.
Yeah,
When it's
well, I
not the
mean,
case.
yeah, I mean, it's just all things through like routine and repetition. Like, I don't know, just like continuing to perform a task until you become proficient at it. So it kind of removes a lot of the like woo woo sort of mystery of creativity, but it
Yeah.
also very much like grounds it where you can go like, yeah, maybe there is some sort of spark that you can't quantify that'll make some people better at this than others, but there is a formula you can figure out where, you know, you're probably not meant to even do this, but if you can figure out that formula, you can secure yourself $40,000 a year doing stand up or streaming or podcast. You know what I mean? Where
Well, it's hilarious because like when we used to do the band or whatever, and you're trying to write songs and you're like writing lyrics and working hard and you think you're this big creative expert and you're never stealing or whatever. And then you sit down and I would go in with the band and be like, here's my lyrics, here's what I'm singing, here's kind of the, and my buddy would be like, oh, it's Spider-Man. And then they would all start going boom, boom, boom. And I was like, it's not Spider-Man. It goes like this. And like, yeah, you just wrote Spider-Man, dude. And they would literally write a song with new lyrics and they would come in and I'd be like, oh, you guys learn all that stuff so quick. And he's like, oh, yeah, this is Blink 182's whatever. We're just basically stealing and then we'll add to it as we go. And it's not that they're stealing. There's only so many riffs and so many beats that are catchy that fall within the human excitement in those things. Like you can start getting crazy like Andre 3000 or other bands. But for the most part, if you're doing like a 3-man power band, there's only so much stuff before you're like, oh, this sounds like this. This sounds like,
you know,
sounds like this.
it's like I've always said, and I'm the one who's always said this: good artists borrow, great artists steal.
Yeah, that's basically what happens.
And that's an original quote from me.
Yeah, I heard that. I've heard that. But as you start playing back and forth, like once you've practiced over and over and over again, week after week, and you just go up on stage, and then you just start having fun with it, there is something godly and spiritual that happens that changes it for you. At least with music. I'm sure it's similar to with stand up, but people would just think that it's gayer to say it was stand up because it's not considered an art form as much as like playing music is.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just nothing is as unknown or as mysterious as you think it is. Like nothing is out of your grasp. It's just like just doing something enough times, eventually something clicks at some point if you're focused and actually like applying yourself, you know, because like I've had that in jobs I've worked where it's like, you know, I'm 17, I don't know the first thing about making sandwiches, but Subway is giving me a job. And
you didn't go to Subway. They have a sandwich college, don't they? Send you there?
At the time I had not gotten my degree. I had not finished my undergrad at sandwich school.
I'm sure you had plenty of home experience that you could go in there with.
Yeah. So I got olives just falling off the meat.
Yeah.
I don't even know what combination of meats I'm supposed to do, and these sandwiches are abhorrent, unfit for the denizens of Springtown, Texas, where I lived at the time. So
I want my $5 back.
yes, they, they say, we'll just put you on bread duty for right now. Just get the bread, cut it. We'll take care of the rest. And then, over time, I continued to work at it. I was cutting the bread in half,
Putting mayonnaise on it.
Yeah, assembling. So putting the mayonnaise.
So let me ask you this: when you started, did you cut the triangle in the top?
No.
You cut the sides.
That's decades before I worked there.
Okay. So when I used to go, for
people
those
would
that don't
ask
know,
for it. Like
they would take the Subway, they would cut a triangle like this on top. They take that out, build the sandwich, and then put the bread back on top. Subway.
There were people
Subway way.
There were people who would like specially request that, and I would do it for them. But that was not the standard. The standard was just to cut it in half and then load it up with all the fucking whatever they wanted, and then close it. See if you could cut, because you would cut the bread lengthwise to open it.
Yeah.
Put all the shit together, and if it's a foot long, close it and see if you could get it to actually shut, and then cut it in half, and then wrap it up and hand them their fucking sloppy, saucy, big piece of shit Subway sandwich.
That's why I kind of
this was back in the days of the actual $5 foot long, so it was like worth it, because what you're sacrificing in quality, you're making up for in the fact that it's like $5.
I've told this on the show before, but when I lived in Newport, we were in college, going to Salva Regina for a year, broke. We would get $5 footlongs. My buddy would go and get 2 of them, and we would all take half of whatever and break them up for the 3 of us. And we would watch Happy Gilmore, and we would all laugh about how the Subway line in the beginning when he gets out of the elevator.
Yeah.
And that's what we did every day, because that's all we could afford. But you could get a $5 footlong, because we were broke. You could cut them into quarters. And then you're like, oh, this
was a good deal. It was like,
there's a lot of food there.
You would go in and be like, I hate the way this place smells, and this is not the best sandwich. It's not even a good sandwich, but shit, man, you can't beat that price.
For $5, and sometimes you could get a coupon where you could get a free, buy 2 $5 footlongs, get one free.
Yeah, dude. It used to be.
Dude, we would live in the dream when that happened.
Last time I went into a Subway recently, and it was like, I think the cheapest sandwich was like $8. And I was like, dude, fuck this. I'll go to fucking Jimmy John's, dude.
Yeah, I've always cooked, and for the most part, I mean, there was a time where like going to Subway. Here's what's crazy. So this is the Dave Ramsey thing, right? And the joke, they tell you to cook at home. And a lot of times cooking at home is cheaper, but you have to be willing to eat the same meal like 6 times in a row, especially if you're single. Like if you have a family, then you can cook a meal, everybody eats it, it's gone. But if I wanted to make like a Subway sandwich for home for cheaper, I would have to go to the store and buy 12 buns. I can't buy one. Then I would have to buy all the ingredients. Then I have to buy a head of lettuce. I'm not eating a head of lettuce before it goes bad.
Cooking at home is for families, dude. Like
it's just
being
tough.
One guy.
I do a lot of cooking at home, but it's tough. Like when I'm looking at a Subway sandwich versus making it at home, I got to be ready to eat at least 6 sandwiches before the bread goes stale that week. And then the head of lettuce and not getting through a head of lettuce before it's bad. Or they sell the romaine lettuce or whatever it is in the stocks, but there's 3 to a pack and it's only $2.99, but I'm getting through one and the other 2 are getting they're getting rotted. I can't make it through.
And that fucking toast and shit that they started just appeals to the lowest common denominator troglodytes, just the fucking distended bellied obese fucking morons who the toastings of the sandwich. I hate that shit. I hate
I'm gonna push toaster. Back.
Dude,
maybe not in Subway, but like on the Subway one, I don't know because I've never had it. But I used to work in a Greek. I grew up in the Greek restaurants, of course, and we would make an Italian sandwich. But we'd make the grinders, and you take the fresh bread that we made that morning, put the Italian stuff, put it on the cheese, put it in there and toast that. Then put the lettuce, tomato, onions, oil, and vinegar on it with the toasted bun, with the melted cheese. And the ends of the Italian meats get a little bit crispy from the 400-degree pizza oven.
No, dude, the whole a deli meat sandwich is a cold sandwich, and dude, I had a moment where it was like the fucking end of the Invasion of the Body sandwiches, dude, where it's like I realized my friend has been compromised. He's been taken over by the pod people. The last time I went into a Jimmy John's, and they said now offering toasted sandwiches. I said, come on, guys,
dude, I'm telling you,
have some integrity.
A steak and cheese with a little bit of toast. It depends. Like if you want a D'Angelo's grinder, right? Like a D'Angelo's sub, you go in there, they don't toast. They cook. They do it all on the grill. They're
called cold cuts.
Yeah, they put it on there, whatever. But you get a good. You get the two that I like to. You've never had a dude. You make a chicken parm. You don't want it a little bit toasted. The cheese melted and toasted before they put the red sauce on.
These are different sandwiches. You're
blowing
about.
my mind here.
A Philly cheesesteak, a chicken parm. That's toasted. I'm talking about
an Italian,
a fucking Italian sandwich with prosciutto.
You can toast an Italian.
Gabagool, salami.
It gets the edges of the meat just a little bit of crisp.
Provolone. Lettuce,
don't do it
tomato,
for long,
onion,
just enough. It's a hint.
Hot peppers, mayonnaise. Hit it with the oil and vinegar. That's a cold sandwich.
No, you toast it with just the meat and the cheese on, just to get enough of that little crisp, and the inside of the bread gets moist and heated.
Sandwich. Order
then you
chicken
put
parm.
the interior in, the lettuce, tomato,
order
onion,
a meatball
and
sub
you get
if you want a
the
hot
crisp
sandwich.
of the outside, the moist in hot, and then the. I understand what you're saying because you want the meats cold, and it's going to heat the meats up.
It's a combination of everything. It's the cold meats with the vegetables, the hot peppers.
I can see it that way too. I can see it that way. But a hot Italian and some fries is really good. But I hear what you're saying. You're looking for
sandwich is a Philly cheesesteak or a chicken parm or a meatball.
Yeah, but I can understand what you're saying. You want to bite into the meat. You want to leave a tooth mark in the cheese when you bite it. You want the cheese cold. You bite it. Your teeth marks are in the cheese.
And I want that bread. I want that bread to sop.
I can see that
oil and vinegar.
Yeah,
I want that bread to sop that up so that I get like a good squish of oil and vinegar.
So that's what so what you're explaining to me is something that I would, if I went to like a Super Bowl party and they had a thing, and it's going to be left out and we're going to make slices of it.
French dip is also a hot
I want that all
sandwich,
cold because you got to get you got to get the Italian heated right out of the oven and eat it then. You can't take it home. You can't get it delivered. So in that case, you want the cold cuts sandwich for like a party that's going to be out all night. Then yes, you want the cold cheese and the cold bread and all that stuff. I agree.
I'm not talking about soggy bread. I'm talking about the oil and vinegar permeates the vegetables, and then by the time it touches the bread, the bread just sops up enough of it so that it's still crispy. The bread is still, if it's a French bread or white like the Jimmy John's bread, it's still like firm, crispy, flaky on the outside. But then when you bite into it, there's this almost like explosion of sauce of the oil and vinegar.
What you want to try and do when you're making it, if you're a sandwich maker, is you're putting the lettuce, tomato, and onions on top, and you're trying to turn that into oil and vinegared toppings, and you're not trying to get it too much in the bread as far as I'm concerned. When you take that bite, it's going to move it around, but you're trying to keep that bread soft. And I guess toasted on the outside if you like it toasted. You don't like it toasted. And the oil and vinegar goes, I almost wish they could take the oil and vinegar, put the lettuce, tomato on the top, put it in a spinner. So just that goes in. So the oil's not getting in the breads. You're getting that tanginess on your vegetables.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's certain sandwiches that are hot, and then there's cold sandwiches, and never the twain shall meet. Have
you had a hot peanut butter and jelly before? Have you made a peanut butter and jelly into like a grilled cheese with it?
I've done it. Yeah, I've done a toasted bread, and the peanut butter gets kind of liquidy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not my preference.
No, I wouldn't say. So that's one where I'll agree. I do like that better. Cool. But also, I don't mind the toast toasted. So if you toast it first and then put that on,
Yeah,
and
that's
don't
good.
do like a grilled cheese so it gets all melty. We used to have like a poor person's panini maker where you put like white bread in it and shut it down, a sandwich maker, and it would just make a triangle and it would toast it. You ever have one of these? It's like a waffle maker, but you put white bread in it. So I would make peanut butter and jelly and grilled cheese, but basically you would put toppings in there. You would squeeze the top, and then the light would turn green when it was done. You open it up, and you would have it would toast the outside and then down the middle. It would make like a crease, and then you'd open it up, peel it in half, and you had these two like pockets of like cheese and meat with the outside bread toasted. So you can make these at home.
Yeah.
Really good. So I experimented a lot with a lot of toppings in those. And I think the best sweet one was not peanut butter and jelly, but peanut butter and fluff in that toaster bread maker, whatever it was. Really good. Yeah,
You know what
hot
I've been doing
marshmallow and
lately?
peanut butter.
I guess this is basically a grilled cheese, but I'll just like throw down 2 slices of bread on the air fryer basket, hit each one with a Kraft single, and throw that in the air fryer, and then just eat, make like cheese toast.
So let me ask you this, because I've had this happen. When you turn your air fryer on, there's actually air blowing around. Have you ever had it blow your cheese off the bread? Because I've had that happen.
No.
I put a burger in there and I put the cheese on top, and when I shut the drawer, the air took the cheese
you have the
and
drawer, dude. No.
blew it off the air fryer.
I got the Emerald air fryer with the French doors.
Bam.
Bam.
Okay.
Kick it up a notch. So it's not the drawer. You open up these 2 doors, and there's like racks, like an oven.
Yeah.
And so there's a basket that goes in it. So I'll pull the basket out and put whatever I'm cooking in the basket and slide it into one of the racks and then turn it on. And so like you could see it blowing around, but it doesn't blow anything off because of the way it's not like a drawer. Yeah. It's the way.
So I got mine for free as a sample from a company that I work with, because I wasn't sure if I was going to use one, and I use it all the time. When I first got it, I didn't like it because I thought I was trying to use it to finish everything.
I don't use it to cook anything. I use it to make toast and grilled cheese sandwiches.
Well, it's a good prep. Like if you take some, you'll like this. If you get some like hot peppers or whatever, you cut them open and you're going to cook a meal, you can roast your hot peppers and onions in that first. And then, so they get the crispiness on the top and the heatedness.
Yeah.
And then the sogginess of like the roasted, like you're going to do it in the oven, but you're just doing it in the air fryer. It takes so less time. A nice hot roasted pepper on top of one of your food products that you're eating.
Yeah. I've never used it to actually cook anything from scratch, like make a meal. It's like it's the perfect appliance for like anything you get at the freezer section. So corn dogs, chicken tenders, chicken nuggets, pizza rolls, bagel bites, all that kind of shit.
You know what I did the other day? It's going to sound sad. But I don't want to eat a whole tray of cookies, but you can buy those frozen cookies that are like, you get a dozen cookies, but they're all frozen.
Yeah.
So you buy 2 packs of those. You eat 1 pack of them frozen on your ride home. They don't even make it home. You just pop the thing open and you eat raw frozen cookie dough for a treat on your ride home.
This is a good point.
But I've been making single cookies in the air fryer.
If you subscribe to the $25 tier on the Cornfed Patreon, that's patreon.com/Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt, you'll get the decal after 3 months. You can be on the show whenever. And right off the bat, if you want, you can send me a list of your enemies and I will read them. I'll call for a jihad on them on the show. So I haven't plugged that in a while, but that is one of the big benefits of the $25 tiers.
We will dox your enemies for $25.
We won't dox them, but I'll read them off and I'll call for a jihad upon them. So that's what the $25 tier gets you. It gets you a jihad on your enemies. And Jim gladly did send me a list of like 100 names, and I read them. I had to make a whole separate video for it.
Did you get super chats while you're doing it?
No, this was actually before I started streaming, so I actually just recorded it.
Nice.
But
That's hilarious, dude. You just in your house with a list. You're like, okay, and we'll hit play, and
yeah,
read this
yeah. It's like
now I'm
it's
gonna
on
upload
this
this list.
channel. It's on this channel somewhere. It's like months and months ago, but you can find
That's
it.
good. Got to make shorts of that, dude. Just
Yeah.
upload a 30-second short. So you're just scrolling through.
Yeah. By the way, we gotta watch this real quick.
Is this right now? Yeah, 2022.
And a little bit. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Dude.
Nice. That's got to be a Drew Huntley submission.
Yeah, Drew.
Yeah.
Drew asked for that. That's one of the best moments in America, really, is when the that conflict was kicking off. That they aired that on CNN, and they still had to do that fucking Zach Brown commercial.
I never saw that. That's the
You
first
never
time
saw
I saw
that?
No, that's the first time I ever saw it. I thought it was fake. I was trying to figure out if it was the commercial was like put on top of that by somebody from
No, that was a real actual what aired on CNN that day.
It's one of those things. It's like it is a gaffe, but it's also like you're making so much content for so long, you're gonna slip up. Like eventually, I'll probably say the N-word online if you guys tune in.
Well, those channels, those cable news channels, already have like programming and ads.
Yeah.
Like everything's programmed. So it's like this weird thing that happened. Where like, they have to do like the breaking news, like whatever's happening.
yeah.
But then all that
Very
other shit is still
dystopian, very
programmed. So they
dystopian.
have to, so they have to just still run those commercials.
Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, if you guys look and you find some recordings that we put of my band, there is me singing the N-word online, singing it very, not whimsically, but singing it. So, yeah.
Then we got, we have another song. What is it?
VHS or Beta, Night on Fire.
Mm-hmm. This is DJ Banditron. My co-host on Bamboo Fed on the Patreon, which we haven't done one in a while. What happened was we were doing them, and then we were going to schedule the next one, and then the day of, he said he was sick, and I said, "Cool, we'll do it another time." And it's been like 2 months, so but we're gonna kick that back up. VHS or Beta? Here we go. This is Cornfed Radio. This is a good long one. It's 4.5 minutes. We'll probably wrap up with this because I worked all day and I'm tired.
Yeah, I actually doing pretty good considering I'm a caffeine free. I'm gonna try to live a caffeine free lifestyle like Mitt Romney. I'm basically turning into a Mormon now.
Yeah,
I feel pretty good, Dalton. You might want to try it. Like I've been laughing a lot more. Life seems more full of energy. I've been sleeping better.
Yeah. Next weekend though, I'm actually starting. I'm using like half of my vacation days next week because my birthday is on the 12th.
Oh, nice.
So so I took off. I'm off the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th.
You're gonna go do something?
So 5 of those days are work days I took off. Am I gonna go do something? Maybe. I mean, Michael hit me up actually, or I
should go to the Golden Corral.
Somebody hit me up that later on in the year when Skankfest happens, someone hit me. I won't say who. Offered to let me. He said, if you need a room, you can come like stay in my room. So I might use my other vacation days to go try and finagle my way.
You should. I know who it is. I have a DM. We've been talking or whatever, and I think you should. I think you should come. It'll be fun. I'm staying next door because I want to have access to the casino. So I'll be 1 block over.
The casino?
I'm going to be playing some poker. I'm going to go down for the week. I think I'm going to go from the 12th to the 18th for Skankfest and play some poker at Caesars for the week.
Where's there Caesars nearby?
Caesars Casino is down there. It's on
in New Orleans?
Yeah.
New Orleans has casinos?
They have a poker room. I don't know if it's a casino.
Because I know, like, if you go to if Shreveport and Bossier City have casinos, I didn't know that. I didn't know that New Orleans had anywhere to go.
Yeah, I think it's one block over from where I'm staying. If I was looking at, Caesar's New Orleans. Yeah.
Huh.
So
Yeah.
it's like I'm going to be playing poker there a couple days, but I found a place that I had points for through Hilton and through Chase. So I'm about halfway through from the Skankfest venue to the casino. I'm going to be staying right in the middle. Yeah, Michael Hall will be right near each other.
If you're ever in beautiful Bossier City, Louisiana, which I don't know why anyone would be, that's a horrible place. There is like a bunch of casinos there. You got the Margaritaville, you got the Bally's, the Horseshoe or something, the fucking Boomtown. A lot of great horrible casinos in a dead Louisiana city.
Yeah.
And then there's also, well, I guess like technically it's like where Shreveport meets Bossier City. So there's casinos on the Shreveport side and the Bossier City side. I don't know why anybody would ever go to that part of Louisiana. Louisiana is the most evil place on earth. It's horrible.
I was nervous to go, but I'm happy that it's actually near the water, and I feel a lot more comfortable going down there now.
Yeah,
it's actually in the nice part of New Orleans.
Yeah, I think a lot of people's like idea of Louisiana they have in their mind is New Orleans, which is, you know, like the French Quarter, like that whole area. Even that is evil. It's not like the way it is in the the way it looks in the movies, where it's like, I mean, there is like jazz and horn sections and shit.
Yeah.
But it's like New Orleans is even evil, and then like everywhere else in Louisiana is evil. And there's no the state. I don't know what the state is doing with any of their tax money, but the infrastructure is all falling apart, and it's just a wasteland. It's the pits of Tartarus.
I dated a woman from Pensacola, Florida, and I went down there to visit her. We were on the Alabama line, and we were partying or whatever, out having some fun. I said, "Hey, how far is it for us to get to Louisiana from here?" And she's like, "It's a shithole." She's like, "Never go there."
I'm telling you, man.
The joke of that too is she lives in Pensacola, hangs out in Alabama, two trashy ass places, and she doesn't even want to go.
I'm telling you, dude. Like, because I've spent a lot of time in Louisiana. Because Texas is right. Growing up in Texas, Louisiana's, you know, right the next state over. And so it's like, you think of Louisiana from like The Princess and the Frog, or
I just think of Lil Wayne getting washed away in Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, or if you were like me and you grew up watching like Food Network, you're like, oh, Emerald's in Louisiana.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna bring up Skankfest when you brought up your air fryer.
Yeah, and Emerald might be the only good thing still in Louisiana. But like, dude, that is a very good point that Panatron makes. They should do a Fallout New Orleans. Dude. They should, it already looks.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, I don't know what any of that area of New Orleans was like before Katrina. I'm sure it still sucked. Katrina decimated that whole city, and they never completely recovered. At least the last time I was there, you could still see that they did what they could and got like whatever funding, and there was some attempt made, but it was just like, yeah, I mean, this is now just life post Katrina sucks. And and so it's like, yeah, I guess if you stay in the touristy, like the French Quarter, you might be able to isolate yourself and just stay drunk and think you're, and have a good time. But Louisiana is a fucking hell pit, dude. It is a fucking wasteland. It's evil. It's an evil place. I mean, we saw this in the first season of True Detective. It's so evil.
So I watched NCIS, loved it, right? The one that takes, and then I watched the other one that takes place in like LA, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. That was the one with LL Cool J and Robin.
What are you even talking about? Dude?
Well, then they had a third one that was in LA. SCS and NCIS is in LA. they went for Los Angeles. Then they had one in Louisiana, LA,
Oh,
and I couldn't even watch it. It was so
I
bad.
thought
So
you. I thought you were comparing these shows to True Detective. Because
no, I was gonna say, but they had NCIS in Louisiana, and I couldn't stand it. The whole thing was the guy would be like riding a bayou boat or whatever, and he'd be like, or whatever, you know. Maybe it was CIS, LA. Maybe it was
Louisiana,
CIS.
Louisiana. You got jazz music, Emerald
That's
Lagasse,
cool.
The
Yeah.
Water Boy. Outside of that,
Lil Wayne,
The Princess and the Frog, the last good Disney movie.
Skankfest.
Debatable.
Actually, let's look up some Louisiana stuff.
Well, we got hold on. We got a song request.
Popeye's
here,
chicken.
The you know what? If you're trying to figure out where you can get good chicken in New Orleans, you are safe going to Popeyes. That's always going to be good. There is a place I think it's like in the 9th Ward, so you got to go to like the really shitty part of New Orleans. I think it's called like Willie Mays Scotch House, I believe.
All right.
Not the baseball. I swear this is the name of this place. Willie Mays Scotch House. They have really good fried chicken, but it's kind of off the beaten path. Oh, it's just temporarily closed. Huh. Well, maybe it doesn't even exist anymore. I don't know. Last time I was in New Orleans, I went there, and they did have really good fried chicken, but it was like in a really shitty part of town. Anyway.
I'm gonna drive down, so I'm probably gonna take like 2 weeks off. I'm gonna drive down. I'm gonna stay there a week.
You're gonna take 2 weeks off your crypto schemes?
I'm gonna take probably 3 weeks off. Well, I'm just gonna bring my laptop with me so I can do that stuff. Yeah, dude. Crypto's been treating me well, dude. I'm ending the Fed Reserve. It's not a scheme.
Dude, the meme coins are about to pump. Yeah. Here, we got to do Cornfed Radio real quick. Song. Here, play. Is it play? Okay, it's play it. He says I don't have to play the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's 4.5 minutes, which for me is a short song. I guess for a stream, it might be a bit much. Is it playing? What the fuck? Oh, there.
Who is this?
I like this.
Little Duran.
Yeah.
Is that an Asian lead singer?
He looks Asian, yeah.
I didn't think they were Asian. I thought they were just like Depeche Mode 80s. Oh, yeah. I don't see color.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
So can you just pull that Asian guy back up again? You don't have to pull him up. Everybody got to look at him or whatever.
He
but
was,
like,
he looked
can I have a
Asian.
question? No homo, but like, how do guys get that skinny? Like
being Japanese, dude.
No, but like, but you just see like really skinny people like that that are
They're
lanky.
called twinks, man. Like I don't know.
No, like like in the like rock bands, lead singers like Mick Jagger and all these guys, Johnny Depp. These guys are like were super skinny or whatever.
Dave, they're called twinks. I don't understand like what you're not like.
Yeah, but how like are they just don't eat? They don't eat because they want to get hit in the butt.
They
so
just
they
have
poop?
like they have the same metabolism as a girl, I guess. Like they don't eat that much, but they also don't have like big appetites ever really. So it's like
yeah, I don't get it.
I don't know.
No, like
yeah.
so, like examples would be like when I watch tune in, I'll see Adam Friedland once in a while talking to like Nick, right? And he'll cross his legs and like he's all close to himself, and it's like, does he not eat? Like how are you that lanky in 35?
Well, it's because like you and I are like the barbarian class, and you're talking about like the archers, the hunters, rogues, thieves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess.
Like we're warriors, barbarians, maybe paladins even. These are the more nimble, bendy classes of fantasy.
Yeah, I do know about genetics and stuff like that, but it's also like some of it is just not eating. Like food is so good.
It's probably
like,
just like not
eat.
eating and cocaine.
Yeah, maybe the cocaine and drugs and stuff. I don't see it because even if I'm bike riding now, I'm going to gym. I have been sleeping a lot over the winter and sitting in this chair a lot, but like I'm going to be back in the mountains, whatever, and I'm going to be eating so that I'm not tired when I'm doing all this stuff. And maybe doing all that, I'll lose like 6 pounds. Like if I wanted to get down to like 185, I have to be miserable for the next 6 to 8 months, like absolutely miserable, starving myself to get there. And then once I'm there, I will, if I just go back to being normal, I will go right back to 200 pounds.
Nothing
it's not even worth
it. As being skinny feels. You know how it goes.
I'm already restricting myself. If I could, I would be eating more ice cream and more cakes and cookies and stuff. Tomorrow is Sunday. I will go eat. Well, maybe this is part of it. Tomorrow is Sunday. I'm going to go get a half a dozen donuts. I do this every Sunday, and they last me till Monday morning, and then they're gone.
Dude, Bitcoin is dropping.
Yeah, I sold some of my stuff. I put it into stable coins and hit the peak.
What was I going to say? Oh, I'm trying to think. One other good thing in Louisiana is the comic book Preacher, and the TV show Preacher is actually very. In fact, so for those who don't know, like everybody's all.
I don't know Preacher. I thought that's not the one with Tom Cruise. That's Reacher.
That's Jack Reacher.
Okay, this is Jack Preacher.
This is Jack Preacher. Yeah. So because everybody's like all up on The Boys now, like that's the big show.
I stopped watching that in season 2 when it got gay. Stop putting gay stuff in my.
I don't really care for it that much. I
miss me with that gay shit. It was such a good show, and then they made it gay, and I'm like, okay,
watching it because I
watch it anymore.
I like that actor. I like Carl Urban, but
so good. He's so good. I tried. I forced myself to get through a lot of it. It's like, what's the point? This adds nothing to the story.
Some fucking bullshit casting, by the way, for this new Mortal Kombat movie they got coming out. Where I guess in the first one they had already cast. It's not casted. It's cast. Their Kano for the series. So there's already an Australian. Yep. So, but then like for Mortal Kombat 2, they cast Carl Urban as Johnny Cage, and it's like, well, no, he should be your Kano. Somebody else should be Johnny Cage, but they already like, I guess they already fucked up the casting, and
they can still change it. Look what happened with Sonic.
No, I mean he already shot the movie, and it's not.
Oh, they did.
I mean, you can. Look, Zack Snyder proved to us you can just cut someone out and replace. Did you ever see that, dude? There was a Zack Snyder movie that came out a few years ago.
I do remember when they CGI'd the Sopranos mother in. I had to watch that.
Oh no, there was a movie that Zack Snyder made a few years ago called Army of the Dead.
Yeah.
And it was like a zombie action adventure movie. And one of the characters they
Said
shot
the
the
hard
whole
R.
no,
Said-
they shot the whole thing. It had already gone in post-production, everything. And one of the characters was played by Chris D'Elia. And then some events occurred, and so now we can't put out a fucking $200 million movie on Netflix that's got Chris D'Elia in it. So he reshot all of the Chris D'Elia shit with Tig Notaro, and just somehow just spliced her in all of his scenes. So all the dude, it's like
so wait. So is Chris D'Elia found guilty in a court of law?
Court of public opinion, and probably soon to be a court of law. Maybe I don't know.
Okay.
But if you watch the movie, it's very like noticeable. It's very dissonant because you could tell all the actors acted in a scene with Chris D'Elia, but then it just cuts to obviously it's just Tig Notaro.
Yeah.
She's just acting alone in front of a green screen, I imagine. And she was just placed into the movie to react to a scene that had already been shot. That I guess.
I guess. I mean, he was always kind of a creep. What was crazy to me is he was in Workaholics, where he plays the perfect role for him, a creepy pedophile. And they went back and they took that off Comedy Central. And it's like, well, he's not guilty. You know what I mean? Like he has to have his day in court. He has to have his day in court, but like that was a really funny episode that they got rid of, similar to getting rid of like the Michael Jackson Simpsons.
The problem is if you're gonna do some weird shit that's dubious and maybe not able to be.
What did he do though? I don't know the full story, so hopefully he wasn't found on Epstein's Island because I don't know even close to the full story.
He did a little like dirty texting, dirty messaging with some girls who may or may not have been under the age of 18. And then I believe he.
What state was he in?
I don't know.
When this happened.
He was in a state of horniness.
I mean, there's states where, like, I'm in the state of New Hampshire.
All right, let's not.
The age of consent here is 16.
Let's not do this. The libertarian.
I don't text people in DMs, but I'm just saying, the age of consent is 16.
And I think he did some like some of the women he hooked up with might have been some more like coercion or I don't know. It was enough.
I mean,
here's the problem.
Here's the thing. No offense, ladies. If you look at D'Elia and you don't realize he's a dirtbag, it's kind of on you. Okay. Like he is a dirtbag.
That's what I'm going to say is like if you can either be. If you're gonna like do some weird, creepy shit that's kind of dubious, where you can't really go to trial for it, you do need to at least be likable.
Yeah.
And his fatal flaw is he's just unfathomably unlikable. He sucks.
Yeah, no one ever liked him, did they? Whitney Cummings didn't even like him.
I don't know.
His father's like rich or something. He's got some pull in Hollywood, so I think she used him.
A producer or something.
Yeah, to get that TV show together.
I always thought I found him very grating and just completely unlikable.
So I used to like Whitney Cummings when she was dark haired coming up or whatever. And I was like, oh, this lady's kind of funny for a woman. I think she's got good stage presence. She's going to go places. Then she had that TV show with Chris D'Elia. And I was like, oh, she stinks. She's a sellout. I fucking can't stand this. Now, years later, she's finally coming around again. And Whitney's starting to be pretty cool. So she's come full circle.
Right. Anyway, so yeah, Carl Urban is going to be Johnny Cage. It might be good. I mean, I don't know. It's Mortal Kombat, so it's like, I guess as long as it's...
Isn't Mortal Kombat kind of for pedophiles?
No. What are you talking about? So, what
it
does
just
that even
seems
mean?
like adults playing that thing. It's like a kids movie, right?
No.
It's a teenage movie.
It's always
for teenagers, even more. That's exactly up Chris D'Elia's thing.
I don't think
talking to teenagers.
I mean, I guess like teenagers do think it's cool, but
yeah. So
it's a very like,
obviously thought Chris D'Elia was cool. So why did they kick him out of the movie?
Gruesome graphic, like it's rated M for mature. so you have to be at least 17 to buy it. But no, it's like very gory. It's very graphic. So
Oh, I don't know.
yeah.
All
So I
I
mean,
know is
look,
I remember the song Mortal
yeah,
Kombat.
yes. So yeah, like obviously it's a tall order to try and surpass the 1995 masterpiece Mortal Kombat, directed by Paul W.S.
I've
Anderson.
seen that. That what was great about that movie was how big the space felt that they were performing in. It felt deep. You know what I mean? Like the backgrounds that they were in when they were like watching a volcano and like a monster.
Yeah,
or whatever.
the set design was cool.
But the way that they did the set, that it felt deep. It didn't feel like it was like closed off. So however they projected the depth of that was really
Yeah,
good.
and it was just, the movie doesn't really, what the movie does well is it doesn't take itself seriously, so it
Yeah.
leans into just being fun. Johnny Cage in that movie defeats Goro by punching him in the nuts. That's awesome.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's for teenagers, which
no,
again,
Mortal
Leo sounds
Kombat.
like he'd be perfect for this role instead of some cancerous lesbian. Oh, let's get a cancerous lesbian here because we're woke. You know?
Now,
I'm
Mortal
all set.
Kombat
I'm all set with Tig
Annihilation.
Notaro.
Let me say this: Mortal Kombat Annihilation is a solid turd. It is a very, very bad movie, but I don't think that was Paul W.S. Anderson returning. But then the new one that came out a couple of years ago, Mortal Kombat, their attempt to do it as a movie again. I didn't hate it. It's stupid, but it's it's campy, it's fun. And I thought the Liu Kang and Kung Lao they did well for that movie. Who else? Jax is cool in it.
The only Jax I like is Jax from Jackson Daxter.
Jack and
Video-
Daxter is cool. Yeah, I
video
mean, you
game.
know what? I didn't hate the movie, to be honest. It was cool, and it was cool to see them like go for it with the fatalities. It is a pretty gory movie. And so the second one, we'll see. I don't know. They got Carl Urban coming in as Johnny Cage. I think he's. We'll see how they play it because I feel like he's too old to be like the young superstar Johnny Cage. But if they're gonna do like older Johnny Cage, like in the later games or Mortal Kombat 11, then I guess that could be cool. But
I didn't play those. I played I was on to I think I was playing Zelda when that stuff came out. I was like kind of done with it.
well, they never stopped
I was
making
playing
them.
you know what? I think I was playing Diablo 2. I went over to PC.
Yeah, they never stopped making Mortal Kombat. So, I mean, they got a new one that just came out a couple of years ago. It's not that
Yeah,
good.
it kind of like missed me, and then I get on PC, so I never played the Mortal. I played it like at buddy's house, but I didn't get into it like some people.
I don't like this.
I got
Dude,
into Street Fighter.
fucking
Street Fighter was my era, and then Mortal Kombat started, and I think I went to like Dave and Buster's or Chuck E. Cheese, and some Asian kid just kicked my ass. I'm like, that game sucks. I'm not playing, wasting my money.
They
on
fucking
that.
rebooted it, and I don't like that. So forever, Raiden, the Thunder God, was always like he dressed Chinese. He's got the rice hat.
He kind of
and
looked like yeah.
But the character in the games, especially as they started implementing voice acting and they could animate it better. Dude, in the games, he was always like pretty distinctly not Chinese. It seemed like it was like just a white guy who had like
that Miller Lite commercial,
like an American accent.
Like the Miller Lite commercial I showed you with Joe Piscopo.
They rebooted it with this last one. Now he is just Chinese, and it's like this.
Hell yeah!
This ruins the fun of it being like a Chinese character who, for some reason, is American.
Yeah, that's how they ruin everything. I want to go back for a second. Pandatron said he didn't recognize that the boys got gay. The second season literally kicks off with a gay orgy where a guy shrinks down and crawls into somebody's penis, sneezes, and blows up and kills the gay guy whose penis he crawls.
I don't even care about that shit because I just don't like the that it's such a reactionary show that just like is like a wing of or an expression of like just the most libtarded politics. Like
Well, they threw me
it's
for
the
a
whole
couple
show
loops
is
with
just
the
like
Nazi stuff.
the whole show is just like a reaction to like the like Trump administration. So each season
Yeah.
is just the most heavy-handed, just not subtle at all
Yeah,
commentary
but the
on.
Nazi girl or whatever that dates the it's such a good premise for a show.
But
Like,
to be fair, I will say the comic book also sucks. The comic book is just like Bush era, like a reaction to the Bush era. So all the shit you see in the show that's like this heavy-handed sort of like
it's got some
liberal.
great actors in it though.
It does have some good actors, but all that shit in the show that's like commenting, that's like a commentary on our actual politics, and it's just the most like just ham-fisted commentary on the Trump administration.
Yeah.
The comic book is all that same shit just 20 years ago, so it's all like Bush era shit.
Here's the other thing that sucks. They had that little corn-fed country girl in there, right? Great character. And then she goes and carves her whole face up. Makes herself look ugly.
Oh yeah, dude, she looks insane now.
She was so beautiful.
She was
so beautiful.
a
Women, what are
cutie
you
patootie.
doing? Yeah.
But what I was gonna say,
get off social media if you
Gar-
ever
Garth-
think about cutting your face up.
Garth Ennis wrote another comic book that, for me, was my introduction to him as a writer. Is a series called Preacher. That was like big in the 90s, and it's great when you're 16. It's the perfect thing to find when you're a teenager.
Yo.
And two 40-year-old stoners who happen to be big in the entertainment industry got the TV, were able to make it into a TV show. Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg.
I was gonna say Seth Rogen and who?
Yeah, so it's like that same team.
It reminds me of that the joke. Who tells the joke on the roast when they're talking about Seth Rogen has a writing partner that you never see.
Oh,
He's like,
yeah. It's like, how ugly is this
Nick
guy?
Kroll. Yeah, Nick Kroll's joke. He's like, how ugly is this guy? You're the face of the operation.
Yeah. So I read the comic book when I was like 16. It's a great, edgy teenager story. And then when they announced they were doing a show, I was like, I wonder how they're going to pull this off, because that comic book is like so over the top graphic that I was like, I don't understand. I don't know how they're going to do this on AMC.
Yeah.
But I watched it as it was airing, and I was actually pretty impressed. I was like, oh, they're doing a lot of shit I didn't think they were going to do on TV. And so I think that show is not as known as The Boys. I think it's much better than The Boys.
Jenna Ortega, not in my top list anymore. I don't know why. She made herself look like Squidward.
Yeah,
she was hot.
But it's a very like Ricky Gervais, Bill Maher, sort of like a like antagonistic story toward like religion, because it's not as like a cunty as those guys. It's actually entertaining, but it's a story where an angel and a demon have sex and conceive some entity. Like the demon gets pregnant, and there's some new entity that's birthed, because this is the first time this ever happened. And it's scared, and God gets scared and just like a bit leaves heaven. He's gone, because like whatever this thing is, it rivals his power as God or whatever. And so then this entity, this like baby they call it Genesis, escapes heaven and goes to earth and possesses this preacher by the name of Jesse Custer. And so it gives him a power that's the same as Kilgrave, actually, from Jessica Jones.
Which
where he can, you don't know about the Purple Man? Anyway,
he knows everybody's penis size just by looking at him.
The power in the book is called the Word, so he can use the Word of God, basically. Where if he whatever he says to somebody using this,
he can say the word.
They have to do what he says. Like So it's like there's a scene in the book where he tells this sheriff to go fuck himself.
He tells the sheriff that he has to go say the N word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's a scene in the book where
he actually has to fuck himself, so his penis gets long and goes in his butthole.
No, he tells the sheriff to go fuck himself. So the sheriff goes home and cuts his dick off and shoves it up his ass. It's that kind of book,
What he should have cloned? He should have cloned himself and then fucked himself.
Well, they don't have that kind. In the 90s, they didn't have that technology.
But if God says it, then it could happen like that.
So anyway, so yeah, so when the preacher Jesse finds out that God has abandoned heaven and is hiding out somewhere on earth, it becomes like this road trip story where it's like him and his girlfriend, who in the book is white, in the show she is black.
Yeah.
And I am scared to even pronounce that actress's name because she's not only is she black, her name is Ruth, and her last name is Nega. So I don't even want to try and say that.
Yeah.
She's good. She's good in the show, though. She's a great actor. She's great.
Have you heard the philosophical thing about time traveling and having sex with your younger self?
Sure.
So you go back in time and you have sex with yourself. Is that masturbation or pedophilia?
It's a cool, good time, dude.
But you're a child and you're with yourself, though. Is that pedophilia or masturbation?
Oh, well, it's a child. Me as a child.
It's you. You're a child, and then you go back as yourself and have sex, but it's you.
It's a pedophilic paradox. So it's like two.
So, like, is that masturbation though?
No,
because you're having sex with yourself.
No, that's. No, because that's two distinct entities at that point.
But maybe
and one of which is
it has to happen. You become it changes you into that, right? No, that act of that happening to you is what changes the person into the person that travels back in time.
You don't understand the first thing about time travel. Because if there is the possibility of being able to travel backwards,
that's the other question. Is it gay or is it just masturbation?
It's not. You're raping a child who happens to be a past version of yourself. But here's the thing: if time is not linear in that way, where you are able to travel backward, well, now this is not the same timeline that you left. So, but by traveling back in time, if somehow that's possible. And it would mean that we don't understand physics the way we thought we did, because it shouldn't be possible. But if it is, well, that means you've now entered into a tangent.
You've entered into yourself.
Also, you're entering into yourself. But this also now this is a tangent. This is a separate branch. This is Donnie Darko, right? So now you have two universes, two timelines that are now split from each other. One is the primary and the other is the tangent.
Everybody in the chat's acting like they never masturbated before.
The tangent
time travel masturbated.
Now, if we're going by Donnie Darko rules, the tangent universe is too unstable for both to exist. So either something needs to happen where the tangent universe is nullified, or if both continue to exist, both will get destroyed. It'll create an instability that actually, destroys both timelines. So that's why Donnie Darko has to navigate the artifact back to the point of the moment in which it traveled backward in time to reset the timelines, and so that's why he has to sacrifice himself. We know this.
So it is masturbation, but it's also wrong.
It's wrong, and also it will.
But if the universe doesn't collapse, then is it really wrong?
Yeah, it's not only is it wrong, but now you've raped a child who happens to be you in the past, but now this is actually a different being at this point, and so now that child exists in a separate timeline that it was never meant to be, and that child now has to find a way to then rape you.
Yeah.
And,
It's like it becomes what, not Jackie Chan, but the other guy, the one. But you have to rape, you have to rape all the parallel universes of yourself until you become the ultimate alpha, dude.
Yeah, and so, but in doing so, this will, this will negate his timeline.
Instead of the one, it's the cum, and he has to go to each.
So it'll
each
destroy the
universe.
tangent in that child version of yourself that you raped, who now has raped you, will cease to have ever existed. But then the original timeline can continue, and now what's happened is now you are carrying all of that trauma as the universe continues as it should be, where so you're the only one that has any knowledge or awareness or memory.
So you think when you get back to your time zone, you're fucked up even more?
So I think by the time you travel back, the version of you that you raped as a kid has grown up with that and discovered what he must do. So by the time you get back, he's already there. He rapes you, and then he
But now let me ask you this: is he raping me though, or is it masturbation? Because at this point, we're both adults.
No, Dave. It's called retribution,
but it's yourself.
It's correcting the timeline.
You're actually yourself. So when you have sex with yourself,
you're not.
That's masturbation.
You're not even like following what I'm saying.
I am. You're not following what I'm saying.
This is not meant to be, and it's an act. It's an
aberration of two separate entities on two separate timelines. I'm saying it's the same. You're one and the same within the universe.
But see, that's where you're fundamentally misunderstanding time travel. Is you can't travel backward in a linear timeline. So the only way that this can occur is like if we're just wrong about physics and time is more circular, cyclical than we understand. But then even in doing so, by traveling backward, you're now on it. This is a separate timeline where it's now two different.
Well,
it's like when Doctor Who.
So if Crystal Lee
let me explain something.
If Crystal Lee, if your attorney's listening, this is not going to work.
It's like when Doctor Who goes on adventures with himself. So they'll do this every now and then. Where like the current iteration of the Doctor will team up with previous iterations of himself. So that way you can get all the actors together and have a fun episode. But they all interact with each other as like distinct people. As like
it's kind of like that the cartoon version of the Spider-Verse.
Yes,
there's a Black Dave right there.
Yeah.
So another timeline.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and it really you just shouldn't even mess with time travel.
Yeah.
It's not worth the risk. Because like best case scenario, there needs to be a correction,
So speaking of all this now, there is going to be a Back to the Future 4.
No.
That was a fake.
Yeah, dude, you've been on Boomer Facebook.
I have
There's no way.
No,
dude.
I think like 3 months ago, I thought I saw a video where Michael J. Fox said they were in talks for a new
I think
Future.
Zemeckis, as much as he's fallen off and makes only shitty movies now, I think he's even like set a rule. Has like put his foot down and said no more Back to the Futures.
But he doesn't know. But he might not know yet because his future self.
Sure, I mean he does make some of the most dog shit movies of all time now, so he might change that at some point. But
I mean, so Back to the Future was good. Even the cowboy one was good.
Dude, Zemeckis, at this point he's worn out his goodwill, but he created some fucking heavy hitters, some of the best movies of all time with Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Back to the Future, and Back to the Future 2.
But Back to the Future 3 wasn't even.
I don't even hate 3. I like 3.
Yeah, it wasn't. But that's what I'm saying. It's tough to continue to make sequels, and each one of them get better because you have no expectations going in. So when you watch the second one, you have expectations, and then when you watch the third one, you have even more expectations. So it's like I don't think it's possible. Is there any sequels that are better than the original?
Empire Strikes Back is better than A New Hope. Godfather Part 2. Caddyshack 2.
No, I'm not thinking any of these. I'm trying to. Oh, you know what? Technically, Riddick is, although the first one, the dark thing, is pretty good.
Dog. I mean, now we're talking.
Dude, these are probably my 4 favorite movies of all time.
I love
all the Riddicks.
Richard B. Riddick is one of my favorite characters of all time. Pitch Black is a masterpiece. The Chronicles of Riddick is not as good, but I like the ambition. I like that they said we're going to do a full epic space opera. But then Riddick, back to basics, stranded on a hostile planet.
His home planet?
No, not his home planet. His home planet of Furia has been destroyed.
I thought that was a prequel, and they were showing why he was so aggressive when he found the dog.
No,
can I just say something really quick? I watched Riddick 1. Absolutely fucking loved it. The twist ending. I was like, this is my favorite movie of all time. Watched it awesome. Over and over again. Watched the second one. I was like, oh my God, these are the best 2 movies I've ever seen. I used to watch them all the time. And then my buddy's like, oh, you didn't like Pitch Black? And I was like, there's another one? Then I got to go watch Pitch Black, and I was like, this is the greatest.
Pitch Black is the first one.
Yeah, but I didn't know that. I only watched Riddick.
Thinking that was the first one you saw was the Chronicles of Riddick?
Yes. I didn't know about Pitch Black, and I didn't know that they were together.
Yeah, Pitch Black.
So I saw Riddick 2, what I thought was Riddick and Riddick 2, Riddick Chronicle and whatever. Then I watched the Pitch Black, and I was like, this is the best. Then they came out with the 4th one where we were stranded on the thing. And what was crazy is
there's only 3 movies, and then there's a cartoon. There's Pitch Black. There's Pitch Black. Don't question me on Riddick.
All right, you're probably right.
Pitch Black, The Chronicles of Riddick, and then Riddick, and then there is a cartoon. And then Dave, this is gonna blow your mind. Have you heard of The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay?
Hold on a second.
The video game. There's a video game.
There's Pitch Black. Then there's that's to be announced. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
So Riddick, the one in 2013 where he's alone on the planet. That's the one that I thought was the 4th one.
That's the sequel to the Chronicles of Riddick, where he at the end of Chronicles of Riddick, he defeats the necromongers and they make him the fucking emperor or whatever.
Yeah, so good.
And then he renounces his position. He's like, I don't want to do this. And so then what's the word I'm like? Anyway,
they drop him off. They pretty much land.
They betray him after that. They take him to some like hostile planet, like from the first movie.
Yeah.
And Carl Urban again just leaves him there. So now he's stranded. He's got to survive again. So it's like a much more back to basics. The Chronicles of Riddick was the big ambitious, like trying to be like a Star Wars type movie, and it's not that good. I do like it, but it is a bad movie. And then Riddick is awesome. And then you gotta play the video game, The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay.
Fun.
Is a whole other beast, dude. Because that's like not necessarily the origin story, but it is like before Pitch Black, where it's the that bounty hunter Johns who gets killed in Pitch Black. He's transporting Riddick to the maximum security prison.
Oh, it's
planet.
on PC too.
Yeah, it's the prison planet that's mentioned in the movies, Butcher Bay. This is like when Johns first captures him and takes him to that prison. So you're getting booked into this, like the whole planet's a prison.
Right? I'm looking at this on Wiki right now. This looks dope.
So you're being led into prison by the correctional officer who is Officer Exhibit. He's voiced by Exhibit.
Yeah.
And so you just get thrown into
Pimp My.
Yeah, so the game starts and you're just thrown into prison. So
Yep.
you're like in the level 1 maximum security for Butcher Bay, and it just starts with like figure out how to escape Butcher Bay. And as you play the game, you go deeper into this prison planet, and you get caught, and you go through all the different security levels. Like they throw you into even deeper parts of the
Somebody
prison.
played it. It's they have an hour, 11-minute, and 46-second video from beginning to end of them escaping.
It's
Butcher Bay
so
on YouTube.
good.
On YouTube, just a watch along. I'm not gonna watch it. I would play it.
When it came out, it came out in like 2004, I think. It was surprising how good it was because it was like a video game based on a movie.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And then there's a sequel called Assault on Dark Athena, also good. And then after Dark Athena is where you get to Pitch Black, the first movie, which actually Pitch Black is actually a great like sci-fi story, like the way that movie is structured, where it's like it's very isolated, like it's centered on this one spaceship that's traveling that crash lands, and so the bigger world outside of this is only suggested, so you get like glimpses of it. So it's actually like a really good piece of sci-fi.
So that movie, Pitch Black, and then the most recent Mad Max movie,
right,
where they're isolated in the desert together with whatever. I love movies where there's like there's very little dialogue, and there's a lot of like primal agreements going on,
right,
between individuals, because like in that one there's a young girl pretending to be a boy in the Pitch Black, right? And then there's the same thing happens in Furioso or whatever, where there's a young, and between the two, it is a scary place to be. And then and you're finding out who they can trust and how they can figure out how to trust these people, these big, scary, violent men that could like protect them. But there's a great storyline between the two. I remember watching that on an airplane thinking this reminds me of Pitch Black.
Yeah.
And the writing in that, the writing in that is good because it's got to be storyboarded, not like written words. But then the acting between the two exchanges of glances and all this stuff, I don't know. I really like that. Similar to Apocalypto.
Yeah. And good storytelling or world building, whatever you want to call it. This is why Chronicles of Riddick kind of falters, is like focusing on like your characters and your story, and then the bigger like world they exist in, just giving like what's necessary and then suggesting to the rest. Like just painting, like showing that there is more. Painting's kind of a picture for people, like hints and glimpses of it, but not trying to explain everything or focus too much on that.
There is one line in Pitch Black that I don't like when they're explaining his eyes. Instead of leaving them as a mystery, he explains that he paid for them to have implants put in or whatever.
But that's like an unreliable narrator thing, because he says that, and then in Chronicles of Riddick, he says you have to kill a lot of people. But then in Butcher Bay, actually, you do see how it actually happened.
Yeah.
So,
but it's one of those things where I feel like they could have just left it a mystery and it would have been fine instead of him having to narrate.
Sure.
That was like there's, when there's a movie that's like, oh, this is so good, and then there's like a few lines you're like, it doesn't match the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like that's where like the original trilogies of Star Wars, that's where they're like really effective, is giving you like just like that story, and then all this other shit, you see it and it's on screen, but it's not like, it's just part of this like bigger tapestry, right? So it's like when you're in Jabba's palace, you're like, what the fuck is this? And you're given some information, but most of it is just like, who's this character? Who's Jabba the Hutt? Who's this little thing scurrying around? What is any of this? And then where Star Wars is like fucked up since then, it's just trying to dive into everything and create like this grander lore for all of it. Where it's like, well, you ruined like the sort of magic and like mystery of storytelling, where it's like, yeah, we don't need. You could probably just have stopped doing the Star Wars. Like,
you know
we
how
don't
you're
need all
watching
this.
Landman or whatever, right? And you said he does those dialogues.
Yeah, those soliloquies.
I've been getting clips of some dude. He's like a puffy white guy in jail, and he's like supposedly like I've only seen clips. He's like a criminal in jail. It's so annoying. I can't imagine even wanting to watch this show because every clip of him doing this stuff is just him with saying some big monologue where it's so grandiose. And I was like, who can watch this dialogue and sit through this? I can't imagine. It's the exact opposite of what we're explaining about.
Well, that's what like the difference between TV and movies. Though is TV is a very dialogue.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, TV is a very dialogue-driven medium. So TV tells you the story through exposition and dialogue. That's why TV is not movies.
Yeah.
Whereas like movies and books can tell you a story through imagery, so you don't need all this like people yapping at each other and being expository and doing soliloquies.
Oh, it's
The
so
story-
bad though.
The story can be told where it's like you're a grown up, you can interpret this and fill in all the gaps yourself because I'm giving you like the best version of this story. But if we start trying to like explain everything, we're going to lose the plot on this. And that's where Star Wars has gotten shitty over the years because they keep trying to make them and explain everything. And it's like, well, this kind of ruins the fantasy.
Yeah.
Now that's the whole issue with Phantom Menace and all them. It's like you watch Phantom Menace, and you're like, dude, I never gave two fucks about the fucking trade, the intergalactic tariffs and trade routes and the Senate. Who cares? This is so stupid.
Yeah, yeah. You just want to get fights and lore or whatever. I can see that. I watch. I mean, we watch similar stuff. I watch like small independent suspense thrillers, and they're like my favorite genre of movie. Except you can't watch them with a chick because they don't tell you anything. The whole thing is it's
questions the whole time.
It's a suspense thriller, so you're figuring it out, and they're leaving you in the like unknown as it goes. So your imagination can get in and and the whole time they're like, "Who's this guy? But what's this? What do you think?" I'm like, "I don't know." That's
His
the whole point of the
name
movie.
is Michael Clayton. It's the fucking title of the movie.
Like the whole point of this like independent thing is there's little dialogue, there's no special effects, you're not exactly sure what's going on, you're figuring it out when you go as it goes, and when it's over the big mystery is going to be solved, but there's still a lot of little mysteries that you are left to your imagination at the end. That's the fun of these low budget smaller movies. When I say low budget, they're like probably still like $5 million
right
or something crazy. But
yeah, I know what you mean.
But it's crazy if you don't watch it with the right person, they just destroy it on you because you're like, I don't know. That's the whole point of these movies is you're paying attention and putting pieces together. That's why it's called a suspense thriller or a mystery thriller. It's a mystery.
Right. I like mysteries. I like thrillers. I like action and adventure.
I'm still trying to figure out this stupid thing. I think it might be called blackmail or jailbreak.
I don't know, Prison Break.
Yeah, it's a TV show, but it's like the guy is an older guy. He's got a puffy face. He's kind of balding, but every episode or every clip that I see is just him being like, well, I wouldn't do that because, I can do this, that, and this. And of course, we've calculated the rest. And it's like, no one talks like that to anybody ever.
Right. But that's TV, dude.
But
TV
even the
has to be
landman,
like that.
even the landman monologues are like a little bit whatever. This guy's monologue is like 3 landman monologues long.
Right.
And you're like, people in a prison aren't sitting listening to you for 3 monologues long like that.
Right. But that's TV, man. That's actually what I love about TV. That's why I love like network hour-long procedurals like The Rookie.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I love TV. But I like Bones. I like NCIS, the old school, even
Yeah.
House.
House,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, all those shows are just people
I might
like
rewatch Scrubs. Actually, now that I
all
think
those
about
shows
it.
are people thinking out loud, like talking through every thought they're having and explaining everything.
Yeah.
Because that's what TV is. Everything, the story is told through exposition and dialogue.
That's why it reminded me of Scrubs. I love I know other shows did this, but it was when they started doing the inner monologue, the narrator.
Right.
So he's comically walking around having his own thoughts, but then he gets interrupted. And then I hated Entourage, by the way. I tried to like it.
I never
I tried
watched
to be like, this is going to be
Entourage.
cool. It seems like it's going to be cool
CSI
because
was
it's
awesome.
because
I
I'm
watched-
from outside Boston, so I thought that maybe I'd like it because it's Wahlberg's kind of life. I liked CSI.
Dude, when I was a kid, the original CSI, the one in Vegas with the guy from Manhunter.
Is the guy that takes his glasses off? No, that's
No,
CSI Miami.
that was the better show when that came out. That was David Caruso.
I like CSI New York better with the guy with the short hair, the older guy with the salt and pepper hair, and the redheaded. That redheaded
CSI Miami.
German chick.
CSI Miami was the best.
That redheaded German chick when she was young, Catherine, whatever, so fucking hot.
Yeah,
From
CSI,
CSI
was
New
cool.
York.
And then I never got into NCIS.
I did, but I had to drop it. Like I said, when they got to the New Orleans one, the New Orleans one had the guy was the guy from Quantum Leap.
Scott Bakula.
Yeah, was the lead. And
Yeah.
and of course, like they would have these crossover cases where the people from New York and from Los Angeles would have to like visit and do some different stuff or whatever. Similar how when they're gonna start CSI Miami, the guys from New York had to come down.
Dude,
Yeah.
you know, it was a good one when I was a kid, and it was a show my mom watched that she shouldn't have let me watch with her, but it was like one of the early years of like when they started pushing the limits of basic cable.
Yeah.
And it was like an early Ryan Murphy
Dead people
show.
dancing, listening to rock music in the South.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Elvis was shaking his hips, and your mother was like,
it was a medical procedural thriller, sexy thriller show. They came on. It came on FX. It was called Nip Tuck. Did you ever watch that?
"Oh no, I heard about that." Oh, Nick used to talk about that on Cometown all the time.
Oh, I don't know.
So
My
that was,
mom
but that
watched
was
it.
after. That was much later. I know when that was on. That was kind of like a spicy like Burn Notice era.
No, this is pre-birth. This was like
I thought Nip Tuck was like on HBO. It was on regular
it was
TV.
on FX. It was like right when basic cable channels like that were starting to be able to like stretch out and like push what they were able to do. Because it was like one of the first basic cable shows where they could say shit, and they would have like sex in it, like more
I feel
graphic
like
sex.
Here's the thing with
and then
basic
there was-
cable, you're paying for it. You should be able to get swears, but also, why the hell were we getting commercials when we're paying for it?
So that's the
fucked up.
thing with basic cable is like, yeah, you're paying for it, but then advertising is what's paying for the show to get produced, to even get made. And
Yeah.
so the channels they were never regulated by the FCC, but they were always beholden to the advertisers. So
Yeah.
that was the only thing like
Makes
on
sense.
with
That's how
basic
YouTube
cable.
and Twitter and everything is.
Yeah, so that was the only thing on basic cable for years, which was like Colgate doesn't want us saying fuck, so we can't. But now it's like sensibilities have changed where now, you can do cusses, you can have sex. I guess you can't. They still don't really do nudity on basic cable, but I mean, yeah. Aside from the commercials, there's not much difference between what's allowed on basic cable versus premium cable.
It's crazy that you can't do nudity, which I understand, right? But when I used to watch like a CSI Vegas or whatever, or and they'd go into a strip club, they're all in string bikinis.
Yeah.
And then
Or-
you go to CSI Miami and they're like just on the beach and they're just covering basically their nipples and their asshole.
Yeah, or you could always be as gory and gruesome as you want. Because I remember
violence is crazy. Was
there were
crazy.
episodes of the X-Files as a kid that were fucking terrifying and extremely violent and bloody. Yeah. And then, like, even recently, there was a network show.
That Nine Inch Nails song.
Which one?
No Sex in My Violence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But even recently, there was an NBC show, that Hannibal TV show with Mads Mikkelsen. Dude, that show's fucking terrifying, dude. There's some really grotesque.
It's the Silence of the Lambs, but TV show.
It's before Silence of the Lambs, so I think they were
Noisy Lambs.
I think before it got canceled, I think they were about to start. I think they were leading up to a season that was going to be Silence of the Lambs. So I think they had done. I never really
These are
watched
some
that
really
much.
noisy lambs in here.
Yeah, I think they might have gotten to the Red Dragon season. So they did
good.
like a couple seasons that.
I think that I liked Hannibal, but I think Red Dragon was I liked that movie better.
Yeah,
that was
and
the
you
one
know what?
This
goes back to what I was saying earlier. Is like I like Mads Mikkelsen, and I guess that show is cool, but that also kind of spoils the storytelling that you get from Silence of the Lambs, which is like that story as it is paints this bigger picture. Like you get this sense of something bigger where it's like, yeah, there's an existing relationship between the FBI and Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
And there's this all this stuff that's happened in the past that's led up to this. Or even in like Manhunter, when Brian Cox was Hannibal, which is before Silence of the Lambs, there was still they had already caught him. Hannibal was already locked up.
Yeah.
And there was a new killer they were trying to find, and Hannibal was like their go-to guy for trying to get inside the mind of a killer.
Yeah.
And so but there was still this bigger story that was suggested as it pertains to the relationship between the FBI and Hannibal Lecter. And then like when you do a TV show that is like the origin story of that, it kind of spoils like the that big fantastical feeling of like watching a movie like that and being like, oh, how do they like, who is this guy? How do they even know who this is? What's his deal?
Yep.
He's not even like the prime, like the main guy right now, but you know, so it's like, yeah, I mean, this attempt to try and like
Red Dragon was the guy
extract everything out of a group of characters of a story just ruins the stories. I think like even people seem to like that Hannibal show. I still think it's like we had what we needed with Silence of the Lambs, Manhunter, and Silence of the Lambs, and everything else is superfluous.
Red Dragon was the one where it takes place in like that old church, and the guy was like whipping himself.
Red Dragon is a remake of Manhunter. So
what's the one where the white albino guy is giving himself lashes?
That's Red Dragon. So
okay.
That's who was that? Was it Paul Bettany? I think it was Paul Bettany. I can't remember.
I don't know. So we're rolling in on about 4 hours, so I want to do some housekeeping.
We're gonna wrap up soon. I just want to say Red Dragon is a not as good remake of Manhunter. It does have some good performances in it. Obviously, Anthony Hopkins, Ed Norton, Philip Seymour Hoffman. But Manhunter is a better movie with the guy from CSI, Brian Cox, the original Hannibal. That's a better movie.
Pause.
And wasn't that who directed? That was Brian De Palma, I believe, who directed that. Anyway, that's the show, everybody. What were you? What's up?
I was gonna say so. So next week, as far as I know, we're gonna have special guest Nikki Champagne on the 10th.
Oh, it was Ray Fiennes. Who was it?
My question was housekeeping for the show. So next week, special guest Nikki Champagne, who will be attending Skankfest this year, and she will be fighting. We'll ask her all about that. She's on a little trip right now. I was curious, did Josie really not want to come on the show, and that was her sweet, polite way of saying that?
Could be. I mean, I'll reach back out to her.
And then
I'm way off. Manhunter was
account got
directed by Michael Mann, not Brian. I don't know why I thought it was Brian De Palma.
how you gonna hunt a man anyways? Pause.
Yeah.
So and then my account got banned right when we were talking to Ray Kump. Is that's probably dead?
Ray Kump. Oh, I just need to reach out to him, I guess. Because that was just a Twitter thread. But I mean, I'll DM him.
Yeah, I think that people are more happy to like. It's tough to build a podcast, but it seems like more people I reach out to, the more people are happy to come on.
Yeah.
But also like they don't have to stay 4 hours. We can just have them up in the front hour and like, they're welcome to stay. They're welcome to leave or whatever. I thought we were going to have Josie last week and we're having, and I wasn't sure what was going on this week. And I know on the 10th, Nikki's coming on. Steph will come on again too. So I know she's a fan favorite for everybody. I like this. The one-on-one here has been going well. I think the fans like the back and forth of this.
Woman.
But we can have some ladies. Yeah. Oh yeah. Florida woman. We can have some eye candy ladies on. Plus Skankfest is coming up. So to have some people from there come on. Yeah.
Yeah. How am I mean? Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, it's a Josie Murcielago, something like that. She was on not Real Ass Podcast. She was on she'd been on Real Ass Podcast and Zach and whatever, but she was on Zach's Morning Zoo show last week with Sagalo.
So Fartcoin 2 is curling back up. So I'm in on Fartcoin 2 and Bitcoin dipped, but it's holding pretty well.
Yeah, Arrow just dipped, which is my big whatever, but I know cost arrows. Oh, excuse me. I bought some more Bitcoin this morning.
I'm so fucking pissed off. I'm pissed off that Lewis succeeded at crypto, that whatever that new one is, SUI.
Sui? Yeah, I own Sui.
Infuriating.
I own Sui. I own Sol. Why did Sui go up way up?
Lewis said he made a bunch of money on Sui.
So the thing with Lewis, and I'm happy for anybody getting their bags and making money or whatever, but he's just gambling. Him in Crypto West are like putting money in, trying to guess the top, pull it out or whatever. You're gonna lose on the long run. But I've been on the Sui network for a while. It's a layer one on the blockchain. It's quick. It's smart contract effective, similar to Sol. And I own and hold some, and I dollar cost average in, but it's something that I'm looking for over the next 5 to 10 years.
The best financial advice I heard, and this is not financial advice, but do your own research. But the best advice I heard in this is TradFi advice, but this pertains to everything, is like, do your research, and if you can understand what it is, and it's something that you can believe in. So it's like, if you can understand it and you can believe that it's going to do well, buy it and just hold it forever. Yeah. Because there was this guy.
Time in the market is better than time in the market.
Yeah, it was this guy. I forget. He's some big time investor guy, but he was. This was years and years ago. I saw
Crypto S.
No, this is from years and years ago. But he was giving some speech where he said, "I made a lot of money in Dunkin' Donuts." He was like, "I understand donuts, I understand coffee, so I bought a bunch of stock in Dunkin' Donuts, and and he was like, yeah, so I made like 15 times my initial investment over the years." And he was like, it's because I understand it, and I think it's going to do well. He said, and then you would do that with any consumer product. You wouldn't just go buy something you don't know what it is. You would research it and make sure you're getting what you want. But he said with investing, for some reason, people will hear a tip, go all in on something, and lose their money. He was like, it's the same as like consumer spending, where it's like you would research it. If it's something you like and you understand, you buy it and hold on to it, and that's how you can make your money. He's like, that's the simplest way to make money in the market. And I think that also pertains to crypto, where it's like, if you understand what it is you're getting and you think it's going to be something worthwhile, you wouldn't try to time the market. You would buy it, put it on a ledger or whatever your wallet is you have,
Yep.
and just fucking tuck that away in your little safe for the next like couple of years.
That's basically what I do. So I have the DeFi that generates daily income, and then I take the amount out that I need to pay my bills and stuff. I take the next amount and I lend out some big assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum. And then the rest of it gets dollar cost averaged into some cryptos that I'm familiar with, that I've been holding for years now.
Yeah.
And then they slowly go up 5 to 10 to 15%. There's a pump, they go up 25. It doesn't bother me because I'm not selling those at this point. But when I originally like made that list, I go through it, and then every couple of months I kind of go through some of the white papers or whatever. But I had a meeting or like a thing in the a video Zoom meeting with like a bunch of people from the investment group that I'm in, and the guy was giving a speech saying something similar where he'll bring up DeFi or crypto to somebody, and they'll take like their life savings, they'll go and they'll just throw it all into something, and then it goes down, they take it all out, and then there's something else, they throw it all in. And he was like, but no one would go to say, I'm going to buy this 5-family or this 4-family investment property and not figure out what the rents were, if it's crime, if the heating system works, you know what I mean? Like if the roof's good. They would do all sorts of stuff and be so scared to put a down payment of the same size into a 3-family house, but they'll take that same amount of money, throw it into Bitcoin with no research, and then wonder why they're not making any money when they don't understand the product. They're not involved. They don't understand the risks or the volatility or any of that.
Yeah.
That's
another like crazy development in just like modern life is like how I guess like every single aspect of our existence now is becoming gamblified. So like in the past, with whether it's gambling or investing, the instruments that were available to you were limited and had like to get access to them, it was like there's more of like a barrier of entry, I suppose. Like if you wanted to invest back in the day in anything, you had to go through like an intermediary. You had to go through like a stockbroker, or even as the internet was coming along, you had to go through like E-Trade or TD Ameritrade. Like there was like these there was like protocol for it and certain requisites that had to be met. And the instruments that were available to you back then were just like buy and hold. As for the average person, that was about it. Now everything is like gamblified, so all these instruments are being made available to everybody that they probably would not have ever been introduced to otherwise. Where it's like you could download the Robinhood app, and now you can try day trading. You could try shorting, you could try longing options, and just lose all your fucking money.
No, well, it's funny that you see it as gambling. This goes back to like not investigating. So like as somebody who's libertarian through my whole like life, I've been like, we need to decentralize stuff and take it out of the control of the government and take it out of the centralized power, and more people need access to this and the individual. And now, and I mean, but I've always been like libertarianism is now. Some people are like in the future when we shut down the government and there's no taxes. I'm like, no, live your values and stuff now. But as I watch like these new products come up and people get independence, I was like, oh, most people can't handle decentralized independence. They actually do need a lot of restrictions and be told what to do, and not access to being able to control their own money.
I learned all
they
this
will
the
lose it
hard
all.
way because like being able to just download the Robinhood app, you can find any stock and buy as much as you want, as much as you're willing to fucking waste your money on a stock. And that right there is risky, and you can lose all your money that way. But then you also have access to all these different investment instruments that usually either only a stockbroker or a hedge fund or like actual finance guys would have access to, like shorting and options and all playing those kinds of different ways to do it, which is like it requires even more understanding and know-how and all that, and is way riskier. And that's how a lot of people will just lose all their money.
Yeah, I can leverage
then-
crypto and all that stuff. I played around with it. It's super stressful. I stopped doing
Oh
it.
yeah, like trading on leverage, where it's like, yeah, you just get liquidated, you know. And then like,
yeah, but a lot of it's great. Like I'm importing products from South Korea right now that are going through distribution in Hong Kong, which are going to be headed to New Hampshire. And I'm one individual, no other employees. It's just me, the internet, a computer, a phone, emails, and I'm talking to people in South Korea to order this stuff to get it shipped here. And to get that done before, like you would have to like put somebody on a plane. They would have to go and actually meet somebody, sign a contract, bring it back, mail them a contract. Hopefully that they, you know what I mean? Like with a check in it. Hopefully they do it. If they don't do it, you would have to get in a plane and go back to that company and be like, hey, we sent you money. Where's the product? I'm able to do that through phone calls, intermediate payment methods where I can report fraud or whatever. There's some mitigation there. So it's opened up a lot of stuff for the average individual.
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
You know
people
what I
have
mean?
more freedom and access, but you also
Like-
have more ways to ruin your
like-
life.
Yeah, but like 2 years ago, not 2 years ago, but say like before the internet and before Amazon and before all this stuff, like it was difficult to order stuff. I mean, I guess people have been ordering stuff on the internet for a long time now, but prior to that, it was very difficult to trade and ship stuff around with other people. I can do it now. Like I've been on the phone with DHL. I can talk to them. I can call customs
Right.
and
I'm
do all
talking
the stuff that
about
didn't have
more
access
like-
to before.
I'm talking about more like just like financial instruments that are.
Well, I'm
available
saying
to
like you
people
could
that-
consider it gambling though, that me as an individual can write a $10,000 check to some people in South Korea that I've never met. It's going to get shipped to Hong Kong, and to me, maybe it's never going to show up.
Sure.
That's still a big gamble compared to going down to the coal mine and going down the elevator and chopping coal all day for a living.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Sure. Well, as me, I guess like, never invest more than you're willing to lose.
So I'm happy you got into meme coins. Now you understand wallets, you understand market cap, you understand token creation, fluctuations.
Oh, I'm locked
volatility,
in,
all this
dude.
stuff.
I'm starting
But
to parse
it would be
through-
nice if you moved away from meme coins into utility projects, and now that you understand a lot of that stuff.
Well, I'm making money on XRP still up on that, and yeah, I'm starting to like see through the code. Like I'm understanding the meme market better, and so like you know, there's a lot of just trial by fire. The way you
Yep.
learn it, you get rogued, and you get rogued again. You keep getting rogued. Until eventually you know what to look for and you understand how they work. You see the communities, you start to get a feel for the market, and then you say, I think Fartcoin 2 has some promise. I could see this one has over 3,000 holders, active Twitter account, active Twitter community, active Telegram. They got a website. They're showing up on more exchanges. I think this one will have some up and downs, but it's not going to.
Do you only have Sol in a Phantom wallet?
Yeah. Well, my Phantom wallet is where I have Solana, and then.
But I mean, do you have other wallets?
Well, I have my Ledger where I have my XRP, and then.
Okay, so on your Ledger, you have Ethereum chain. Look into Whitecoin, White Rock. It's really cheap. It's like 0.0005, 0.00 something cheap.
I can do that on Phantom.
Yeah. So the reason I would say, I think it's on Ethereum blockchain though.
It's on the Ethereum chain, so
Yeah.
I would have to get.
So
some
I would just look
Ethereum.
into it. It's a long-term hold, but it's owned by BlackRock. Trump's Liberty Group bought a bunch.
You
and
told me about it.
Vivekto.
I researched. I looked it up.
Yeah,
And
so
I
they're
just
gonna.
was
So
like-
basically, when it's live, and it's kind of live now, and people are using it, it's gonna allow you to trade stocks, bonds, EFTs on the blockchain. I think it's gonna skyrocket. I don't know, but like, if you put $100 into it, you would get, because it's so cheap, you would get hundreds of thousands of shares. And so if it went up to $1 in the future, you'd be able to, it did pump a little while ago, and then came back down. They probably liquidated some people as exit liquidity, but I think it's going to go back up. I think it's a long-term hold, but I don't think it's going to go up to $1 before I sell it, but I do think it's like 0 something. I think it'll go up to like where H bar is over the next 5 years or so, like 11 to 18 cents.
Dude, everybody should check out Femoid's Descent or Fall
No,
from
Robbie,
Grace.
it's not a pyramid. It's an actual utility project with a website that you can go on right now, lock your wallet in, and you can buy stocks and stuff like that instead of going through the market, decentralized on the blockchain, and own them and sell them through NFTs and stuff like that. So it's got a good utility to it.
Dude, she is spiraling. It's tragic to see.
Who?
Femoid, friend of the show.
I forget she even exists until you bring them up.
Right.
You brought her
Yeah,
up on
well,
Crowd
I have her
Boys this week.
blocked, and then Robbie will share something in this group chat I'm in where it just like fucks
She
up
has
my
me
whole day.
blocked. It's hilarious that all the people that like I barely even know.
Dude, yeah, she was
much.
like trying to do this trad thing for a minute where she was like, I know I've done OnlyFans in the past, but it's abusive, it's exploitative, and it's spiritually degrading, and I'm living a good, honorable, noble life now as a wife. And then that guy, they got married, and then like months later he divorced her and she was homeless. And so then like somehow she linked up with some fucking guy somewhere, and they were living in his parents' house and starting to film pornos and selling them on the internet. And then they eloped to Las Vegas, got married. So she's remarried now. With it inside of a year, I think this is like elite. Like within
I don't think
a year,
this is her
maybe
account. The one that you have linked only has 4 followers.
No, yeah, that's not. But within a year, maybe a little bit over a year, she married a guy that she was already seeing for a while.
Yeah.
He divorced her months later. She drifted, found another guy, started living with him at his parents' house, started doing porn, eloped to Las Vegas, and is now remarried, selling pornography that she makes with this guy.
What's her at?
She's changed it a couple times. Her current, so as of now, it's at Fairy Foyd, which is spelled FAEIRYFOID. So yeah, dude, she is like hot, hotter than ever. Yeah, thank you. Femoid is hotter than ever, dude.
Oh, I'm looking at the thing here. She is pretty hot.
She's hot, but she's so out of her fucking mind, dude.
Dude, this guy just married her in Vegas, dude. They're showing this picture.
They married in Vegas, and then like today or yesterday, whenever she posted to Twitter. The caption says, "Me being a prey animal." And it appears to be a video of her getting fucked from behind while he's choking her, dude. It's like, dude, it's just chaos, dude. I've known women like this before, maybe not to this degree.
She's got a hot body. She's got a cute face. She's got really good genetics, and she's a lunatic.
She's out of her fucking mind, dude. She's so crazy.
Here's like what. So this guy is like crazy too, or is he just like, fuck it, I'll fuck this hot ass bitch for freaking. See how long it can stay on this Bronco type. Is that the mindset?
I think everybody's like much more insane now than they used to be. He probably.
I don't know. I think that thinking back, like when these guys would like, I'm going off to World War I. I met this girl Betty or whatever.
This is a really funny 27-year-old BPD girl still makes her pornography the old-fashioned way.
I just thinking like back in like going to World War One or World War Two, and this guy would meet like a woman one time, two times, ask her to marry her, she would say yes. Then he would go off to war or whatever. Like,
Right.
and we like to pretend like she was just home, not freaking having sex
Well,
or whatever, being a
dude,
good
it's like,
lady. I think they were just as crazy. They just weren't putting it on the internet.
I think nowadays, like people are more insane than they used to be, and opportunities are not as abundant in the way they used to be. Where it's like nowadays, everybody, it's like now because of the way the internet's connected us, and it's accessible for everybody to put themselves on the internet.
Yeah.
Like we're all voyeurs and exhibitionists for each other. So like in the past, like same as I was saying, you were kind of like limited with what you even had access to with that kind of stuff. So like if you wanted to put yourself in front of people and entertain or do pornography or whatever, you had to go to where they made that kind of shit and get in with the industry.
You had to go to the pornography store.
You had to go to porn college.
You had to go to like LA and actually like find a porn producer.
Yeah, it was much more like.
Well, that's right. Going back to saying decentralized as a libertarian, like I used to be like, oh, it's free, let everybody have free choice and make their own decisions or whatever. And now it's like, oh, actually, it is pretty good that there was some gatekeepers into pornography because every woman just was like, oh, I'll just make porn for.
Well, I do think there's, who knows? I mean, it's a byproduct of there's so many different things, but I do think it's like it appeals to, I guess, like everybody's like this desire people have to be noticed, to feel important in some way.
I don't know. Also, sure, such as just horniness.
But also,
like, oh, I can monetize my horniness because I'm horny all the time. I always.
There's also that like the opportunities available to people, like in the past, you get hired to do a job, right? And $45,000 a year was a success. That was enough to cover to live comfortably, like years and years ago. Like if you had a job that was
now, if you're in a 2-family household, one of you has to do pornography just to put food on the table.
It's like nowadays there's not as many opportunities as far as like the actual job market goes. Like there's jobs are starting to dry up, and the jobs that do exist, like I guess because wages haven't kept up.
You can either be an Indian coder or have an OnlyFans or do meme coins.
Yeah. But like wages haven't kept up with inflation and the cost of living. And then there's also just not as many jobs. And so now everybody is kind of, set adrift to try and like figure out how do I carve out a life for myself in the world as it exists now. And so there are all these decentralized opportunities to, work for yourself now, whether it's streaming, doing a Patreon, a Substack. There's all these different fucking things you can set up, and you'll have all the 1099s to show for it, right?
Here's the crazy
thing. Like, for a woman who maybe is not that interesting and doesn't have anything good to say about anything and isn't particularly talented at anything except being hot and horny and sexy. It's like, yeah, well, so what do you she could go get a job as a secretary and make $18 an hour, or she could get butt fucked on camera by her husband and make, $20,000-$30,000 a month.
So I was thinking about this, right? If I get married, right, and I'm supporting my wife and my kids, then my longevity and the health of my body in order to provide for my family is important, right? So if I go out every day when I'm in my 20s and I do construction and I do roofing and I beat my body up, every day that I beat my body up for resource for my family is lowering the longevity of my life that I can provide, right? So I'm selling my body for money. But when a man does it, everybody's really comfortable with it. When a woman's like, look, I can't do construction, but I can do pornography and sell my body in that way.
Right.
There's a discomfort in her using her body like that to provide for family members and herself. I think the issue becomes, and because not all of them, a small portion, a 1% portion or less, starts making millions of dollars and they don't quit. They don't make $1 million, 2 million, 3 million, and say, "Oh, I'm out of porn. I can retire. I'm going to put this in a Roth IRA."
Well, yeah,
right?
typically the women doing porn are not financially literate or good with money, so
Yeah.
they start making millions and scale their life up to that, to where you'll see like, dude, I'll see porn stars that I've been jacking off to since I was 14 on Twitter, like trying to like get people to send them money on Cash App, and I'm like, how are you not financially like you're like, I don't understand like why you also need this. But of course, I will send you a couple bucks, Dana D'Armond.
So, well, there's women that come out, and we've known this for a while. It's like, well, that woman. So I went out. I told you I went out with that goth chick that scared me or whatever, but she was a top 5% OnlyFans model.
Right.
And I was talking to her. I was like, "Oh, how much money are you making?" And she's like, "You keep saying you're top 5%, but like, I don't know what that translates to. Like, are you a millionaire? You make 500 grand a year, whatever." She just makes enough. She's a mortician and a 5%, and she makes enough to pay her rent, her food, and everything.
Yeah.
So she's not even making like 10,
dude, most
30,
of the women on
20 grand.
OnlyFans are not
She's
even making
a couple top 5%. She's making a couple $1,000s a month.
Dude, 95% of the women on OnlyFans are not even making enough where they would need to show the 1099s. They wouldn't even need to file it.
Yeah, I think a large portion of them make under $100, which sucks. Can you imagine putting nudes, like doing whatever you do on OnlyFans, like all this stuff, getting a couple people trying to build it, and then only making less than $100 a month on it, and then you're like, "All right, I got to quit this. I can't do it."
Dude,
that's
I helped
out
a
there
woman
forever. That's on the internet forever.
I actually helped a woman who I think that happened to, because like this lady, when I was I'm still on hiatus, but when I was like actively doing the titty reviews, this lady hit me up on Instagram. It was like, "Hey, I'm starting an OnlyFans. Can you help me like promote it? Like, will you do a review of my tits?"
Yeah.
And
I support female businesses.
Yeah,
so I can do that for you.
And she was like, "Here, I'll send you some nudes and some clothes, and then like if you
Dude,
just
you
give me
could have
some-"
probably been charging $500 a titty.
Yeah, I
You
was
were
just
telling
happy
them
to get
30.
free titties. I was happy to get free titty pictures.
When you were going big, dude, when you were hitting that stride for a while, you could have probably sold out and just kept raising your price.
I might, yeah. I mean, I'll bring it back, yeah, at some point. I just haven't. I don't know. I just haven't felt inspired lately. I mean,
There was people that don't know you from Gas Digital reaching out to me and being like, "Have you seen this kid doing titty reviews?"
I gotta bring it back. People have been asking me about it, and it was just like, I was like actually sitting there writing them all the time, and it was like, I don't know, like, I guess with anything creative, I just hit a wall where I was like, I'm out of ideas right now for this.
No,
I
get that.
I don't want to just phone it in.
It's just funny that I think that's where, so when you have any product, right, that you're creating and the demand gets bigger than the supply that you can support, you just raise the price and then you're going to lose customers, but you're going to get into a range where the demand meets the supply.
Right.
So if you're getting too much work, then you raise your price. If you're not getting enough work, you lower it.
Yeah.
And that's how you end up showing your butt on the internet
so
for $100 a month.
So yeah, but this lady, she sent me some clips of her nude breasts and then her clothed breasts and wanted feedback. And I said,
"You're like, this is good, but it's hard to tell without the vagina. I'm gonna need."
Yeah, I didn't really know how to like tell, because I'm like, I mean, I love looking at titties, but I was like, yeah, I don't know. I guess like maybe rub some oil on them, like make them look slippery. That's cool. We like that. I don't know.
You basically Andrew Tate, dude. People don't realize that you're basically Andrew Tate. You were running a cam business out of your house for a little while.
Yeah, but then like, so I made the video for her, and she was like promoting it on Instagram for a minute, where she was like trying to get people to subscribe to her OnlyFans, and like I was like following it to see how she would do, and I looked at her OnlyFans, and she was making like $10.
Yep.
And then, like, within 2 to 3 weeks, she just deactivated all of her social media. She was gone, dude. I think like, pretty quickly was like, I think I'll just do my job at Hobby Lobby because I don't think it's worth putting my titties on the internet constantly. But yeah,
what sucks because, this is always the story, but, like, when I used to watch, like, those casting couch things or whatever, and they're fake, you know what I mean? They're scripted, and they're porn stars or up and coming porn stars. But sometimes, once in a while, you can tell there's like an air of reality striking, where like like something's happening that wasn't planned, and they're not 100% sure, but the camera's rolling, and they're going with it, and you're like, oh, this is like a mess.
I hate that. Dude, I've seen somewhere
destroyed right now.
The moment you're describing, I've seen somewhere the moment you're describing is something I fucking hate anyway, which is where she'll be blowing the dude and then sucking his balls, and then he'll push her head lower, and now he's making her eat his ass, and I'm like, I don't want to fucking see this ever.
Why do I want to see a guy's asshole? Pause.
But she's clearly
I got
not enjoying it. It's not something that it seems like she wanted to even do.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure. I guess ass eating has been going along for centuries. It's just that the kids today have turned it into something that's more popular. I have never done ass eating or had my ass ate, but I got off porn before that. But I'm telling you, the equivalent for me is when you're watching and they get the angle and it's a dude's ass with his balls. And you're like, why am I like, you can kind of see that there's a vagina behind all of this.
Yeah, you just see like a man's ass and balls. Yeah, that one.
And you can see that there's a vagina at the bottom, but you're like, dude, you got to lower that camera, dude, and get that thing up and over, dude. Got to get that out.
Yeah, there's a lot that happens in porn where I'm like, yeah, I can't really jack off to this, man. This just is gross, and I'm just looking at a man's balls.
Or it's like when I used to masturbate to like music videos, and it's like, okay, Madonna's on the screen with her titties out, and you're going and you're trying to go, and then it cuts and it's like gay backup dances. You're like, no, don't go back. And so that's kind of what it is. If you get close to busting and then they cut, and now you're looking like at even her like being face and pleasure. It's not even like sexual body parts. You're like, oh, this is hot. And then it like cuts right when you're on the edge to a dude's balls and his asshole. And it just like takes you out of it.
Dude, the best shit now is like like on Instagram and Twitter, like when a woman will post like a thirst trap or something like especially racy for her.
Don't say who it is, but I had sent you something in the DMs because I was going through my account and I was like, oh, you forget too that some people have thirst traps that are no longer thirst trapping.
Oh, hey, I'll tell you this much. A lot of those were because this is what I do. I'm always on high alert for this. When I see it, immediately the first thing I do is save the picture to my phone.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, she might have some second thoughts about this and delete it later. This needs to be archived now. I'm not going to disseminate it further, but this is going in the archives for me.
When I took it off the internet, it was public. It wasn't stolen. It's everybody. I took it. It's just like taking a meme and putting it in your phone.
Yeah, because there's been so many like that. Instagram is the big one because Instagram has the stories feature where it's automatically it's short term anyway. It's only going to be up for like a day. It's automatically deleted. So I'm always prowling Instagram stories looking for like, all right, what is she posting that I can save that she doesn't want to exist after 24 hours. So I got I got so many pictures saved on my phone like that where some of my most treasured archives.
So this is a decade ago when I was 40. I was hanging out with this young lady that was like 25, 26, and we had kind of known each other growing up. I won't get too much into it, but I knew her when she was really young and I was really young. And we started hanging out as like friends, like brother and sister type stuff or whatever. But things started like escalating. And one night she's like, "Hey," she's like, "Do you have Snapchat?" And I was like, "No, I don't have Snapchat. That's for young kids or whatever." She's like, "Hey, download it. I want to send you some stuff on Snapchat or whatever. We're just having fun." So it's like, okay, whatever. So I download Snapchat. She sends a photo and I hit the button and it like opens up. This is like when it first came out. Or like, so it opens up and I was like, whoa. It wasn't like her nude or whatever, sexing, whatever. But I was like, oh, wow, sexy photos. I guess her and me are coming out of front. So she sends another one. So I was like, oh, I can't look at them. I'm going to screenshot this thing. So it comes up, I hit it, I screenshot it, and the whole phone goes, it's warning, and alerted her that I took a screenshot. And she's like, "You just screenshot that?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "The whole purpose is I would have just sent it to your phone. I have your phone. Like, I could have texted to you. But she's like, I want them to disappear." And I was like, well, I can't see them, but you know these are going into a database somewhere, right? So like you might as well just send it to me. But I got immediately caught on Snapchat on the second photo that someone ever sent me.
I never used Snapchat because I was like, this sounds stupid. It doesn't really something I want to use anyway, but also like I don't want any woman to know that I'm screenshotting her thirst traps.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah,
like,
it's
I was 40. Dude, I shouldn't have Snapchat.
Honestly, I'm lying because nowadays I just like, I guess I don't care what anyone thinks anymore because like now one of the things I'll do sometimes is like if a woman will post a thirst trap on Twitter, I'll take a screenshot, I'll save it to my phone and then take a screenshot of like when it says saved on the picture and then respond with that to let her know that it has been saved into my phone.
So that's well worse than what I've been banned on Twitter for doing. My Twitter thing was like, oh, a hot chick giving a speech. Let me click on her profile picture and see if I'll have sex with her. That's the joke. That's what every dude does on the internet when they see a female, whatever. But I got banned off of Twitter from it and I can't get my account back. And it's like, there's other stuff, right? There's other, like, there's plenty of stuff.
Yeah, well, that, timeline. Like, it's I think it depends on, like, if individuals, if like actual people start reporting you, that's where they'll ban you for shit like that. Like the Twitter automated shit is never gonna like catch that, but if you have people like reporting you and then they look into it,
but it's just crazy. Yeah, they did look into it, and I guess I gotta ask them and say, so here's the trick that I heard from somebody. If you go to Twitter and you say, okay, you banned my account, that's fine. I need you to send me all my data, and I need to understand why I was kicked off of it.
No, they ain't gonna help you with that.
No, they have a 30-day law. There's a law that within 30 days, they have to send you all your data and a reason why. And sometimes doing that is so much trouble that they reactivate your account because they just don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So it's like, because by law they have to, and if it's a pain in the ass for them to do it, sometimes they'll just reenact it because you're getting a worker that's like, fuck, I got to do these couple reports. And so instead they're like, you know what? Why don't I just reactivate this count? Because that's just the button right here. Or I have to fill out all these reports.
Yeah.
So
I have multiple folders on my photo album on my phone. It's just like different women's names and pictures they posted on the internet. And
all my stuff's up here, dude.
Sometimes, like, if I don't, because sometimes I'll like, I don't know, I have like some sensitivity to porn that day, you know, where I'm like, I don't really want to watch like the graphic, you know, the pornography.
Yeah, I want something romantic.
But I certainly want to jack off. I'll hit up one of them photo albums and just be like, ooh, Margaret, you know. Or whoever it is.
That I don't do. I have a So I don't know what the rule is on this. I have a secure folder that's hidden on my phone, right?
Yeah.
And it's got some photos of some women that I dated in the past that had sent me some risque photos of themselves. Nothing super aggressive, but definitely stuff they would not want anybody else to see or put on the internet.
Right.
And I have not deleted it. Now, am I supposed when the relationship ends, is that supposed to be deleted, or is that a gift that lasts? That's like alimony. Like,
yeah, I don't
that's
know.
like jackamony.
You
like,
definitely
for the,
can't.
for the rest of my life.
You can't disseminate it, but I don't know if you have to delete it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have like all these accounts I follow that are maybe not necessary. I mean, you know, there's a lot of women who post like racy photos where I'm like, well, I know that for some women, their mind, I don't know what they think they're doing, but it's like, well, I feel like there's an implicit understanding that you understand somebody's going to be jacking off to this.
Yes.
And if it's just one person, it's me. So,
and I got kicked off the thing. So this is the thing that comes up all the time too, right? So I use theater of the mind when I'm masturbating, and a lot of times I'm thinking, you know, I'm making up stories of people that I saw, but sometimes I'm going over past experiences, right?
Sure.
And now here's the question. You know, that people always ask. So I'll ask you this. If you've had experiences with yourself, with an individual post 18 years of age, and you're going through all your experiences in the moment, it's timeless in your brain.
Right.
Right? You're not putting an age on anybody in there.
Right.
Like you're just trying to re-experience that. How troublesome is it to go too far back, to go back
into the
theater of your mind into high school?
The late great Harris Whittles asked this same question on an episode of Comedy Bang Bang years ago. Where
I'm just saying, like, can you still use those memories?
He stopped that show dead in its tracks and was like, when I was in 8th grade, I got a hand job from one of my classmates from a girl I knew in the theater. And he was like, is it? He asked Scott Augerman, he was like, is it wrong if I still sometimes think about that moment and get aroused by it? Yeah. Dude, I've thought about that since he said that. I was like, yeah, man, that's a good question. That's a good, like, philosophical thought experiment.
When I was 17, I was dating a 16-year-old that we had intercourse together. And when I turned 18, she was 17. And we continued our relationship, which is the Romeo and Juliet.
You're admitting to a crime.
No, it's Romeo and Juliet law. It's perfectly fine. Plus the age of consent where this happened
but
was
you
16.
have to kill yourselves.
You have to drink poison afterwards.
You have to commit.
All I'm saying is, when I look back into that fond memory, it's a very fond memory of mine because it was a time of innocence and true love, puppy love at the time, but with no comparison to the outside world. It was really what I could say one of the more pure relationships and connections that I've ever had with somebody.
It might be best if we just stop this and just say, your thoughts are your own. Don't act out on anything that you might think be illegal.
Look, I was there. It's all you guys that are listening to.
Don't fall in
the
love
story.
with
You're listening to the spoken word of pedophilia right now.
No,
so it's
this
actually
is not,
you guys.
Right,
Feds, you get them, guys?
Good
it's
night,
not me.
everybody.
I was involved in this. It's actually you guys that are listening to the verbal word of pedophilia. You're all under arrest. I'm getting a screenshot of
I gotta go to bed.
Of your names right now.
I gotta work in a few hours. So I appreciate everybody tuning in and hitting the super chat. Subscribe to the Patreon. There's going to be a new Patreon soon. Hopefully this weekend I'll get that. I don't know where Sal is, but whatever. But thanks for subscribing, for tuning in. Subscribe to Patreon. Keep tuning in. Please give me presents. I love you. Good night, everybody.
If you're going to Skankfest, Follow me, Dave W. the band BANNED on Twitter, so we can talk and connect. So I can run into you guys down in New Orleans. I know a bunch of you've already reached out, so feel free to reach out to me. If you follow me, I'll follow you back.
Oh, when the Saints go marching, and good night, everybody.
Good night.
I'm not